Good evening, everyone. My apologies for being started the meeting a little scheduled time because of some organization issues here. Let me start first here. I would like to welcome members to this meeting of Council here in Council Chamber. Can I ask everyone present not to talk amongst themselves during the meeting, as this can be very distracting for others who are listening to the debate. Can I also everyone to ensure any mobile devices are switched to silent and do not cause a distraction during the meeting. We are not expecting a fire alarm tonight, but if one should occur, please follow the officers out of this building to the assembly point on Manchester Road. Finally, let us all remember to treat members of the public, elected members and officers with respect throughout the meeting as set out in the Code of Conduct for members. The meeting is being streamed and I would like to welcome those watching on the Council's YouTube channel. Item 1 on the agenda, minutes of the meeting held on 27th February 2024. I will move those minutes. Mr. Deputy Mayor, will you second those minutes?
I second those minutes.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those minutes are approved. Item, sorry. Yeah. Item 2 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? No. Okay, thank you. Item 3 on the agenda, Mayor's communications. Firstly, I'm pleased to announce that 3 members will have achieved 8 years service by the end of this municipal year, and this is recognized by the presentation of a long service award. Councillor Lubna Khan, Mark Payne, and Asif Raja, would you like to come forward to receive your awards, please? Councillor Raja, first. Congratulations. Councillor Lubna Khan. Mark Shane. Please, yeah, you come forward here. We can, Councillor Neil Waterside. Okay, I'll come this way. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, right. Secondly, I would like to thank all those members who are standing for re-election this May. Councillor Saeed Chowdhury, Scott Conliffe, Bill Horrick, Alan Hosker, Martin Hurt, Jackie Inkle, Karen Ingham, Lubna Khan, Margaret Lishman, Asif Raja, and Don Whittaker. I would also like to thank those members who are retiring this year for their service to the Council, Councillor Marcus Johnson, Mark Payne, and Andy White. Finally, as I am also retiring from the Council, I would like to thank members, past and present, for their support to me during my time as an elected member and more recently, of course, as a mayor. Any member on this issue, on this item? Thank you. Item 4 on the agenda, public question time. We have received a number of requests to speak this evening. First of all, can I invite Mr. Daniel Brooks to come to public microphone. Mr. Sorry. Okay. Right, Mr. Brooks, you have up to 5 minutes to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. As every city in town does face a refuse collection problem, I'm miffed as to why the residents of Burnley are still facing 2 refuse collections a month. A home is an environment and should be safe and secure, and especially secure and safe from illnesses and diseases. I've recently been fortunate enough to be blessed with another child, prematurely delivered, and before that child came along, we had a family of 3, and by the Monday or the Tuesday of the following week after the first refuse collection, the bins were close to overflowing, which meant a dilemma. Do we pile up more bags in the kitchen? Therefore, the knock-on effect is the next fortnight's collection, the bins are close to overflowing again. Or do we put them out in the garden where cats are a major problem and again have to go and clear up the rubbish? So I looked into the audit and I saw that you had a reserve of just over £25 million. I can't understand why the council can't increase the budget and deliver weekly refuse collections. I don't know how many of you are raising small children, but one thing they do is they go for a hell of a lot of nappies. And it's feces, it's urine. I have to make a decision, do I pile them up in my garden and annoy the neighbours? Or do I pile them up in my kitchen and run the risk of things like staph, E. coli, fermenting in my kitchen that puts my children and my partner and myself at risk? Now, those bacteria are dangerous in adult life. Imagine what they could do to a young child that hasn't yet had their immunisations or are prematurely delivered and fighting other health issues. That's all I've got to say. I don't need the 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks. Yeah.
Thank
Could
you,
you
Mayor.
go back to your seat, please? Councillor Baker, as the relevant executive member, would you respond to Mr. Brooks, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brooks, for raising the point. It's something that concerns all of us, and that's as a generality. I have a script which I shall read because I went off script last time and got shouted at. Burnley Council's current service of providing a fortnightly residual waste service to all residents is fully compliant with the government's recently announced simpler recycling reforms would be better. Burnley Council, along with all councils across the country, will be required to introduce a weekly food waste collection to all its residents by April 2026, removing odorous food waste from the refuse bin. In doing so, and encouraging residents to continue to recycle, it is expected that residual bin usage will reduce and are suitable for a less frequent collection. This has been the case in authorities that have already removed food waste from residual collections. The government has confirmed that all costs associated with the introduction of food waste collections will be covered by central government under the new burdens funding formula. The government has also confirmed that no funding will be provided for councils wishing to reinstate weekly refuse collection. It would have cost approximately £1 million a year in Burnley's case. A reduction in residual waste capacity is a key driver in increasing recycling waste rates, with the Waste Resource Action Programme recording a significant increase in recycling rates when moving from a weekly to fortnightly refuse collection. That's the official bit, and that's what will be recorded. I would also like to add that the government has said you cannot go worse than a fortnightly collection. But one of the local councils, not 17 miles from here, is already on a 3-weekly waste collection, which makes your problem and our problems even worse. But that's not happening in Burnley. But it will not get better than every fortnight. But the amount of refuse in the bin should be less, because all the food waste is going to be collected weekly, which will clean your kitchen. You will also be given, at some point, collection bins for inside the house as well. real collection bins to put the food waste in and keep it trapped where nothing can get into it, cats, dogs, or worst case rats or something like that. You can't ask questions, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. The sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's your job. But that's
No,
my
you're
answer.
not.
Thank you
no.
very much.
Right, thank you, Councillor Baker. Any member on this issue? No. Thank you. Right, Councillor Baker, yeah, so we'll go next one here.
Nothing else to say.
Mr. Brooks, you are welcome to leave now. If you prefer, but by all means, stay and listen to the rest of the meeting. It's your discretion. Thank you so much for coming. Right. Can I now invite Mr. David Roper to come to the public microphone?
Use FIFO system.
Mr. Roper, you have 5 minutes to.
Okay. I mean, the members of the council who were here last time were here may remember I said, I shall return, and I'm here. And that's why, in the words of Mohammed Ali, I said, I shall return. And I asked last time about electric charging points. I don't believe the situation of electric charging points has changed greatly over the last, well, it's probably 3 or 4 years since I was here last. I don't know exactly. You may be able to tell me better than I can. But I'm not sure it has to, because as far as I'm concerned, the way forward is hydrogen and not electric. So why, if you are wasting your money on electric charging points? Or, if not, is that the reason we're not increasing the number of charging points? Short and sweet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Roper. You can now return to your seat, please.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for your time. Can I now ask Councillor Howard Baker as the relevant executive member to respond to Mr. Roper, please? Again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always a pleasure to have Mr. Roper here. Sorry. I'm just reading my script again now because I think the question was something totally different to what we expected Mr. Roper to speak tonight. Basically, we expected Mr. Roper to ask about are there sufficient charging points, etc. So my script's all about that. But I'm quite happy to respond back to the actual question tonight. At the moment, I did actually raise exactly the same point with the officer about where we're going to, whether we got enough. The way this council approached it, I'll give you the history, where the council approached the electric vehicle charging points was that, as usual, with no money, so what's the best way to do it? So we tied up with a supplier who would install and maintain and operate the charging points that we wanted. The rate of charge goes from fast to rapid on different ones, so the more power you have, the quicker you can charge your vehicle up. We opted just for the fast rate, which is basically an overnight rate. And the way we set it up was the terraced houses could not put chargers in at that point in time. So we said, right, we'll set up these electric charging bays in the car parks where they have access to, and they can go and pay for them charging overnight and leave it like that. Now, as I said, I fully expected Mr. Roper to ask why we haven't got enough, and the answer to that would have been, we have got enough because they're underused at the moment. And the main reason they're underused is the cost of the things. Electricity, I think, costs a homeowner something about 33 pence per kilowatt hour. But we were paying these people 69 pence per kilowatt hour to charge overnight, which is obviously virtually twice the amount of money, mainly because they have to charge VAT and pay for all the investment in the machinery. I was going to be pleased to announce that we've managed to get that down now to 54p, so it's a bit cheaper and they should be used more. But where the way forward is, at the moment, to answer your question further, we haven't invested any council money. I think we spent about 15,000 over the years, that was all, putting in the infrastructure of the bits to get to the power supplies to these charging points. But all the investment has come from the manufacturer stroke supplier who gets his money back on the revenue. I think what the problem is, we're expecting it to pay itself back in about 5 or 7 years, which is a long time. So that's why there hasn't been many more added since then, which is what I thought the question was going to be. However, I hope that answers your question. We're not investing any money. We're certainly not wasting any money. I will read you one bit from the script, which is about Lancashire County Council, because they do on-road parking rather than off-road parking and charging, if you will. It says here, a number of years ago, Lancashire County Council was instrumental in the provision of a small number of on-street charge points in each district area, for this borough being 1 rapid unit and 6 fast units. But they have now embarked on an ambitious county-wide grant-assisted project to install much greater numbers of electric vehicle charging points on the highway. It is anticipated that in 24-25 the project scope will be defined and the delivery will be in 25-26. Based on publicly available data, there appear to be 24 private sector EVCPs, electric vehicle charging points, across the borough that are available for use by the general public. And we're asked to note that most EVCPs can service 2 vehicles at the same time. Use of existing public charging facilities, I've said, remains very low. And given that lack of pressure, it is hard to make a case for further public investment at this time, particularly as the cost of EVs, electric vehicles, remains beyond the reach of many people. Given that the primary mechanism by which most vehicles are fuelled is the private sector for garages and things like that, private sector interest is likely to be the best indicator of the right market conditions for network expansion. And I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Please, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Any member on this issue? Councillor Whittaker. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's great that Mr. Rope has brought this up. There has been a lack of electric vehicle chargers throughout our borough, as we all know. What I would like to say is obviously the grants are available. We've got some already, superchargers in the petrol station at the top of Ghana, round about here. I'm really pleased as a former EV owner that more of these things are popping up all over town. I know certainly in Councillor Ingham's ward and Councillor Harbour's ward on Pendle Street, for argument's sake, the public parking spaces there now have each EV chargers on them. There's also further public charging points at the large store in Padiham, the Tesco, and also on Ribble Street. And I'd fully encourage private investors via the grant systems, etc., and this council to take on board the fact that this is something we can't ignore. This is something that we need to build into the future for, and I'd fully support it. And I'd like to thank Mr. Roper for actually bringing this up for full council this evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whittaker. Any other member on this issue? Thank you so much. Councillor Baker, you have a final right to reply as the relevant executive member. Would you like to say anything more?
Just in regard to Councillor Whittaker's comment, the charges we've got now are more than sufficient. There isn't a demand. If no one has come to us and said, oh, they're queued up trying to get in there all day and night to get the charging vehicles. It's market driven, like most conservative things would like to be, sort of thing. Is that if there's a demand, somebody will meet it and supply it. I think the right approach is a little bit wait and see. If hydrogen comes along as a method of working, I know BMW have just introduced a new engine that will run on it. Hydrogen can refuel your vehicle in a few minutes, just the same as petrol, as opposed to several hours, and make it a much more acceptable approach. And garages will take that on. They already exist a distribution network for that. So I think that's probably the way forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. Right, Mr. Roper, you are welcome to leave now if you prefer, but Yeah, by all means, you stay and listen to the rest of the meeting. It's your discretion if you want to stay. Thank you so much, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, make your decision. So, are you happy to stay? Good, thank you. The next three speakers have requested to speak on the planning applications at agenda item 6B and 6C. And these representations will not be debated as part of public question time. I shall not invite members to respond. However, I would ask members to consider the points raised when the relevant items are debated. So our next speaker, Mrs. Nicola Dean, wishes to speak on item 6B, land south of Rosendale Road, Burnley. Mrs. Nicola Dean, please come forward to the public microphone. Right, okay. Mrs. Dean, you have up to 5 minutes to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand before you tonight as both a resident of Brunley Heights and a concerned member of our community. Brunley Heights is still in its early stages of construction, with only 10 out of the planned 87 homes currently occupied. However, already our community is faced with a significant challenge that threatens the well-being of all residents, and that is the planning application for said homes. In a letter I am about to read, you will hear the collective concerns of the residents of Brunley Heights regarding this proposed development. The concerns are rooted in genuine worries about the impact of our quality of life, health and safety. Dear Council members, we the residents currently residing on and around Yellowhammer Road in Burnley are writing to express our concerns regarding the planning application for 111 Seddon homes off Rosendale Road. Upon reviewing the information available to us, we have discovered that Yellowhammer Road is proposed to be used as access for the construction of the homes by Seddon, pending approval of their application. It has recently come to our attention that this application was debated and rejected by last month's meeting of Burnley Council's Development Control Committee, as the social infrastructure within the local area, particularly the provision of school places and health services, is unable to cater for the proposed development. The refusal indicates that the application is substantially contrary to the borough's local plan and is now to be considered by the full council. One of our primary concerns is the potential impact of heavy vehicles using Yellowhammer Road to service the Seddon estate. This will undoubtedly lead to increased noise levels, congestion and general disruption to the road and surrounding area. Furthermore, with heavy goods vehicles traversing Yellowhammer Road, there is the heightened concern for the safety of children playing in the area. The increased traffic poses risks of accidents and collisions, which could endanger the lives of our community's youngest members. It may also greatly affect the residents of Yellowhammer Road, particularly those who work shifts and rely on uninterrupted sleep during the day. The noise and disturbance caused by the construction activities and vehicles passing up and down the road daily would undoubtedly disrupt their daily routines and quality of life. Additionally, residents have also objected to the scheme on grounds including loss of attractive countryside, effects on dog walkers and ramblers, traffic and highway safety on Rosendale Road, impact of birds and wildlife, and impact on local schools and health services. Given these concerns, we kindly request that you consider our concerns regarding Seddon's use of Yellowhammer Road as a primary access route for their construction activities, should their application be approved. We firmly believe that an alternative access route should be explored, taking into account the potential negative effects on the existing residents and the road infrastructure. Please note that we have collected signatures from 100% of the occupied homes in and around Yellowhammer Road, representing the unified voice of our community. After submitting this letter to the council, we reviewed the planning application and identified additional concerns. These revolved around the proposed use of Yellowhammer Road as a sole access route for all vehicles, including construction vehicles. With only one entrance and exit for 198 homes, we fear the inevitable increase in noise and air pollution could have detrimental effects on the health of our residents, particularly those with respiratory problems. Furthermore, the prospect of having only one way in and out raises critical questions about safety. What if there was a collision or roadworks that block the entrance or exit? Thank you. Moreover, the additional traffic generated by not only the Seddon Homes development, but also the Barrett Homes and the new industrial estate, which undoubtedly exacerbate congestion and disrupt the flow of traffic along Rosendale Road. We understand that similar concerns may have been raised when Brunley Heights was initially developed, but we cannot ignore the potential ramifications and further strain on our infrastructure and daily lives. It's not only the residents of Brunley Heights who share these concerns. Both Havergham, Eves Parish Council and the Burnley Civic Trust have echoed our worries, noting the significant impact of the proposed development. Thank you very much for listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Mrs. Dean. Please take your seat here. Right. Our next speaker, Mr. Carl Walker, also wishes to speak on item 6B, land south of Rosendale Road, Burnley. Mr. Walker, please come forward to the public microphone. Mr. Walker, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thanks. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Sorry. Seddons are a local family-run business that have been operating in the Northwest for 127 years. We're not a PLC, and we run on reputation, not shareholder expectations. At the Development Control Committee on the 14th of March, Seddons Homes' proposals for the allocated housing site off Rossendale Road was recommended for approval, but refused by the Development Control Committee on the grounds of Policy IC5, Social and Community Infrastructure. The policy relates to the impact of development on existing infrastructure and services in the area. It should be noted that all proposed Section 106 contributions required under Policy IC5 had already been agreed prior to the committee. We've worked with the authority to provide a fully policy compliant scheme which comprises of 111 high quality houses, 11 of which are affordable in compliance with the Council's Policy HS2. The site is allocated under the adopted local plan as Site HS14 and forms the remainder of this allocation. The initial development site, comprising 87 units, is now well underway and is being developed by Barrett Homes. During the planning phase, numerous amendments to the layout have been undertaken in liaison with the Council's planning officers to ensure that the scheme minimises the visual impact on local residents in the area of Micklehurst Crescent in particular, whilst maintaining adequate overlooking of open space areas and the existing public rights of way adjacent to and running through the site. An existing open watercourse traverses the site from south to north, running into the adjacent Barrett Homes development. Our site layout makes allowance for the retention and enhancement of the watercourse throughout the majority of the development. A small section of the watercourse will be culverted to provide a more usable open space area at the northern boundary of the site. Approval has already been received from the lead local flood authority to undertake these works. The site layout has also been carefully planned to maintain natural surveillance of the watercourse area, as well as the retention of the listed Buttercross base located on site. The existing public right-of-way crossing the site from Micklehurst Crescent serves several properties to the west of the site. There are prescriptive rights of way for these residents to use this link. However, we have worked with the Highway Authority to design a scheme which deters people from using it and cutting through into Micklehurst Crescent. It's likely that the farm at the western end of the site will use the new estate roads connecting onto Rossendale Road in preference to Micklehurst Crescent. Construction traffic for the new development will not be permitted to access the site from Eves Avenue or Micklehurst Crescent. Policy compliant open space has been provided at the north end of the site, linking into the existing Barrett Homes development. The drainage proposals for the site will be fully SUDS compliant and pose no flood risk to existing properties. This site has had an active planning application which has been running for 120 weeks, well in excess of the current 13-week target determination period. Having worked hard over the last 2 years, we believe that the proposed scheme makes best use of this important allocated housing site, and we would urge members to fully support these proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Now take your seat, please. Right, our next speaker, Ms. Deborah Smith, wishes to speak on item 6C, land west of Hackenhurst Avenue, Brownside, Burnley. Ms. Smith, please come forward to the public microphone. Right. Ms. Smith, you have up to 5 minutes to
Thank you.
address the.
Thanks very much. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, this is an unusual situation and that this is the third time that this application has been considered by this council. I fully appreciate that planning is complicated and at times emotive, but boosting the supply of new homes is a government priority. I would like to thank the council's planning and legal officers in seeking to gain some clarity in the form of a legal opinion following the March Development Control meeting. Your officer's report sets out very clearly the matters to be considered following the last meeting. They relate broadly to 1, social infrastructure, and 2, highways and sustainable travel. By way of context, this site is allocated for housing in your local plan. The planning system is built on a foundation of certainty in that it is plan-led. The principle of development of the site for housing is therefore firmly embedded in your adopted local plan. There are site-specific policy requirements and design principles that must be considered in an application to ensure that a high-quality development is provided. We've worked closely with your officers throughout the application process to ensure that the proposed development is high quality and is fully compliant with the policy requirements. The scheme would provide 2 affordable homes. The applicant has agreed financial contributions for bus stop improvements on Brownside Road, as well as a pedestrian crossing. Financial contributions would also be made to provide improved play space for children and to contribute to a greenway route through Rowley Park and Worsthorne Recreation Ground. These contributions and the proposed affordable housing will all provide a benefit to the local community. Notably, LCC say there is no need to provide additional spaces for primary school children. The council has sought legal advice on whether it can support requests for monies by East Lancashire Health Trust, and the response is that this would be unlawful. This advice has been applied by officers consistently in relation to other housing applications in the borough. In summary, your officer's report clearly states that there is no evidence to support the suggested 2 reasons for refusal by the Development Control Committee. There's been some debate at the last committee meeting regarding the construction of another of my client's sites at Smithyfield Avenue. I understand that there's been some neighbour concerned, and as a result, my client has implemented a number of informal measures to ensure that local residents know what's happening on site and that the site manager is available on Friday afternoons to meet local residents if needed. My client is willing to add a further condition in relation to Heckenhurst Avenue, which would require them to provide a scheme for a developer-led liaison group with the parish council and local residents. In conclusion, this is a well-designed, high-quality proposal on an allocated site located in a sustainable location. It will provide benefits to the local area. The proposal is compliant with all of the relevant policies and guidance and accords with the allocation in the local plan. We therefore trust that on that basis, you will be able to support your officer's recommendations and support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Please take your seat now. Right, thank you so much to all the speakers. Now I'm moving to item 5 on the agenda, planning, performance, quality of decision making on major applications. This item is for noting only so. Unless there are any observations, I intend to move straight on to the next item. Councillor Baker.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was going to raise it as a point of order or something like that. No problem in noting the report, but I would draw the council's attention, members to the attention to the application that's coming up and the forward to that one, where, just bear with 30 seconds while I find it, because I wasn't expecting it to move that quickly, Mr. Mayor, to be honest. Right, page 30 of the thing, and it's going on about the legal advisor. This is on the next item. Reiterated that members were bound to adopt, not bound to adopt professional advice, etc. But she further goes on to say, does the legal officer, whether or not a costs order, or it may be liable if it was appealed, we might have costs awarded against us. Whether or not a costs order may or may not be made, and how much that may or may not amount to, was, however, not a material consideration, and was therefore not something members should be considering deciding whether such planning permission should be granted or not. No such caveat is in the report as presented. Well, could we ask the legal representative as to whether that caveat would apply to that report and the information contained in it?
Yeah, the officer to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My understanding for the purpose of this report is to give some context, wider context, to full council in relation to the planning performance. It's just simply for that reason. It doesn't have any material impact on the particular application. It's just for you to understand the wider implications. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Baker. Yeah. Right, I'm moving toward item 6 on the agenda, items for decision by the council. Members, there are a number of procedural matters to bring to your attention this evening. Can I point out to members that items for decision by council are treated as motions? Ordinarily, once a proposal has been moved and seconded, members may speak once and for a maximum 5 minutes. Members may then only speak again on an amendment. Also, as the members are aware, officers do not routinely speak at meetings of full council in the same way that they would at a committee meeting. In order to ensure that debate is not stifled and to allow members to speak more than once, including asking more than one question, and that members have an opportunity to seek points of clarification from officers before we go to the vote on agenda item 6B and 6C. I would like to move suspension of council procedures rule 14.5, where a member may speak again. And I would also like to move council procedure rule 13Q, a notice without motion, to allow officers to actively participate in the meeting when dealing with development control determinations which are non-policy decisions. Mr. Deputy Mayor, will you second that?
I second that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah. All those in favor, please show. Okay. All those against, please show. Any abstentions? Right, this item carried here. Now, CP, yeah, on. Okay. Right, CPR 14.5 will not apply. CPR 13Q will apply. Sorry. So, are we moving? Where are we going to now? Yes. Yeah. Six. Okay, yeah. Right, okay. This one's 6A. Yeah. Right, we are moving to item 6A, exclusion of the public. Members have received via their iPads 2 supplementary private agenda packs, which contain information in relation to agenda items 6B and 6C. This information is confidential as it is subject to legal privilege and must not be referred to the public debate. If any member wishes to refer to this material at any point in this evening's meeting, they must first move the exclusion of the public in accordance with the Council's Constitution, Part 4A. Council Procedures Rule 19, exclusion of the public, and Part 4B, access to information rules 10.4 and 10.5. That would then need to be seconded and a vote taken to exclude members of the public from the meeting and pause the live stream whilst that material is referred to. Right. Item 6B, land south of Rosendale Road, Burnley. We have before us a report on planning application FUL/2021/0691, land south of Rosendale Road, Burnley. Can I now invite Ms. Philbin to present the report?
Good evening, everyone. I would respectfully ask members to please have open the updated DC committee report for this planning application at Rossendale Road, which is on pages 37 to 74 of the agenda. The application site is 4.78 hectares, which is 63% of the whole of the housing allocation for land south of Rossendale Road, which is shown on page 56. Policy HS1/4 allocation is the whole of the area hatched yellow on the policies map. The plan to the right-hand side of this shows the shaded part of the north side of the site that is under construction by Barratt Homes at this moment for 87 dwellings. The current proposal would complete the development of the housing allocation. Policy HS1/4 states that the allocation is suitable for around 188 dwellings. The proposal would lead to an overall number of 198 dwellings, which is around this figure. The allocation of the site for residential development establishes that the principle of the development is acceptable. The site-specific policy requirements have been copied on page 56, and they refer to issues that any applicant should address, and these have all been addressed through this application. The proposed scheme is well designed and a spacious layout, which is shown on page 38. The scheme would provide public open space, which is in accordance with plan policies, with the main body of the functional open space to the north of the site, where it would join up with public open space being created within the Barratt Homes development. A multi-use games area would be sited in the public open space at the request of the Council's Head of Green Spaces and Amenities in order to complement the overall provision of recreational facilities across the housing allocation as a whole. Open space creating a green corridor along the length of the watercourse, which runs north to south within the site, and space for planting around the southern and the western boundaries of the site, and tree-lined streets would create a spacious and verdant development with a low density of approximately 23 dwellings per hectare. The scheme is designed to give a good experience within the site and to create an appropriately landscaped new edge with the surrounding countryside. Vehicular access to the site, which includes access for construction purposes, would be from the new junction and road built from Rossendale Road by Barrett Homes. The design of the road and junction at the time of the planning application by Barrett Homes took into account the need for it to take the traffic from the housing allocation as a whole. The Highway Authority is satisfied with this and requested £70,000 to complete the funding for a scheme of improvements to the signalised junction of Rossendale Road and Manchester Road. There is a private access that is also a public footpath that crosses the site east to west, which would in part be improved to form an estate road and would in part be retained solely as a private road and public footpath. The plan on page 59 shows that the part of the private road within the red edge of the site would be retained in situ as a private road with a layout and design that would deter its use by others, other than those with a right of way to use it. There has been no objection from the statutory consultees to the application. The school's planning team has requested a contribution of 293 and 887,000, which represents the full secondary pupil yield from the development. This has been prioritised alongside a highways contribution when contributions have been assessed against the viability ceilings in the developer contributions supplementary planning document. To accommodate this request, the applicant has been asked to provide 8 affordable homes, which is less than the 10% figure, which would have been 11 affordable homes, and this is a correction to the figure given at page 62 of the agenda report. The proposed scheme is a high-quality scheme that would complete the housing allocation under policy HS1/4 that has already commenced. It has been appropriately designed to safeguard existing residential amenities, to provide safe access, to provide biodiversity net gains, to provide affordable housing, to meet the need for school places and provide new public open space and recreation facilities that will contribute to the social and community facilities which would comply with policy IC5 and represent a policy compliant development. The application is recommended for delegation to the Head of Housing and Development Control to approve, subject to a Section 106 obligation to require £70,000 highways contribution, 293 and 887,000 education contribution, 8 number affordable houses, and a scheme for future management and maintenance of public open space. Thank you, Mayor.
We have already heard this evening from Mrs. Dean and from Mr. Walker. Sorry. Yeah. And I will now open the debate up to members. Any member, this is also your opportunity to raise a point of clarification with planning officers. So any members? Councillor Bert Whistle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say that the DC committee, which I serve on, made a decision on this some weeks ago. And I don't believe we should be even talking about it here today. And the agenda later on agrees with me because it's reversing the decision to refer things like this to this full council. You're going to refer it back so it doesn't happen again. But we are where we are. The Development Control Committee decided to turn this down on unsustainability on the grounds of IC5. I see that condition, as far as I'm concerned, still applies. There are no, we hear from our statutory advisors who operate out of Preston and places like that, they tell us there are loads of school places that we as residents know there isn't. There are loads of GPs, and if anybody in here, including in the gallery, have ever tried to get an appointment with a GP, they'll realise that that doesn't exist. And there are loads of all the other services that we need. There are not the facilities that we need to build this site. There wasn't the facilities we needed to build the Barrett site, but we certainly don't, after that, we certainly don't need this site to make it worse. So I still take the view that this site is unsustainable. Now, it's very interesting to say that the council gets all this advice from our consultees at Preston and places like that. The Hollis Cross site, further along the road, where they wish to build 300 houses in that area, they got the county council's flooding experts they call themselves, to say there will be no flooding problems on Hollis Cross. Fortunately, the residents of Hollis Cross had enough money to employ their own flooding expert, and their own flooding expert completely condemned the flooding report from the county council. So it went to an inspector, and the inspector allowed the application for Hollis Cross on the condition that an overwinter survey was done and the flooding report was delivered. Now, to me and to everybody who lives in that area, an overwinter survey means it runs from September through to March. The developer didn't even put a pipe in the ground till January and then put it in the wrong place. Now, he is going to come with a report to say there's no issues with flooding, and we will accept that because he is the council's expert, the county. But in reality, and thankfully, the residents at the time had the foresight to raise money to get an independent one who will condemn the report from the county, full stop. Now, we've got this report to say there are plenty of schools, there are plenty of, the health service has no problem. I am a councillor for that area. I've lived there all my life and been a councillor for 41 years. That is not a fact. That is completely incorrect. So the sustainability of this site is not there. Now, I spoke to Barrett Homes when they started building their thing because they had a chance. And for the people, the residents of Yellowhammer, their customers, they had a chance to object. And they didn't object. So your company that you bought your house off was quite happy for this to go ahead. I don't know whether they told you about that at the time, but that was the situation. Not only is the construction traffic going to go up there, all the traffic to 111 houses is going to go up there. And all the heavy tractors that transport man waste and other sort of stuff, every day in, day out, presently using Rossendale Avenue and going up Mickley's Crescent, wrecking the roads up there, they will also travel up there. So once the construction traffic's gone, the tractors, the heavy tractors with the waste from the sewerage farm and other materials will still travel up there. Mr. Mayor, I maintain this site is unsustainable. I maintain that what we said in development control was a genuine planning reason to turn this down. Tonight, Mr. Mayor, I will be agreeing with the development control, and if need be, Mr. Mayor, I will propose that this development does not take place, that it's referred back to planning to make the final decision that will bury this site forever. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Ms. Philbin, you want to respond to Mr. Burke-Whistle's questions?
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of policy IC5 and the issues that were raised, there were 2 points. The one was on school places. The education methodology. Sorry? Okay. The education, the Lancashire County Council is the local education authority who are responsible for providing school places in Burnley. They use an education methodology which is adopted to assess the need and the future capacity for school places. Their adopted methodology, you will see the assessment that derives from that, which is in the agenda report. You'll see that it's a long assessment. It looks at the availability of schools within a 2-mile catchment for primary schools and a 3-mile catchment for secondary, which complies with the Department for Education methodology. It then assesses what the pupil yield would be from the development, i.e. the number of places that would be required from the number of houses, and then projects that to into the following 5 years. And then projects that into the following 5 years. That assessment, which, as I said, is in detail in the agenda report, shows that there is sufficient capacity within the local area for primary school places, but that there is a shortfall in secondary school places, and that would be addressed by a contribution of £103,585, which would be the cost of 5 secondary school places. And that, as has been said, has been agreed by the applicant. That would fulfil the need for school places, which would satisfy policy IC5. In terms of
Thank you, Councillor Harper. Yeah. Right, please, your attention, please. Yeah. So.
Sorry, I gave you the wrong amount. The amount is £293,887, which is for not 5 school places, it's for 11 school places, which is the error is in the 5 school places is for the other application. This one is, I confirm, it's for 11 school places, and it's the higher contribution of £293,887. And the applicant has agreed to that in full, and that would fulfil the need for school places arising from the development. Any contribution has to be relate to the development itself. It has to be in scale and kind with the development. And that's why it's essential that the methodology that the County Council use assesses what the pupil yield will be from the development, so it relates to the development fairly. In respect of health provision, as it's been as it's reported in the agenda report this evening, there's been no request for a contribution for primary health services, for GPs, other health services. This is something that would have been considered at the stage of the local plan preparation and the stages of the local plan, including the examination in public before the adoption of the local plan, in which case health authorities have prior notice of where demand is going to be in the future in order that they can plan for that and meet that. In terms of secondary healthcare, the agenda report does acknowledge that there was a request from the East Lancashire NHS Trust for a contribution towards the secondary care, which includes hospitals, but that request has been subject to previous council advice, also previous appeals. There's also been court cases relating to that, and so I can tell you quite firmly that that request has not been made to the applicant because it would be unlawful. It would fail to meet the 3 tests of the which are contained within Regulation 122 of the SIL Regulations 2010. In which case it would be unreasonable, unlawful for us to make that request. So that has not been made. And I would just add that the request from the NHS for that sum of money was made very early on in the application, back in February 2022, whereas on more recent applications for residential developments, no requests have been forthcoming from the NHS Trust. I would conclude by saying that there's no evidence has been spoken which would contribute towards a reason for refusal against in respect of policy IC5. No harm has been identified, and without any significant harm, then that reason for refusal would not be sound, and it would fail at appeal. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Officer. I've got Councillor Hosker. Your point of view, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to. I'm going to be standing what we decided at DC, and I'd urge members what sat on DC with me to stand by the decision that night. I also echo what Councillor Birksall says is common sense. He goes on about schools. Well, let me just tell you about different areas on schools. When you get these school places, and we say these school places, you get people, for an example, where I am, Hapton, having to travel to Burnley. Instead of being at Village, where they were born, they have to travel to another school, same school, but in Burnley. In Clividger, they'll probably have to travel somewhere, well, a distance, to get the kids into a proper school. Burnley will be the same. You're moving people about by allowing, keep putting this local plan into, this local plan is nothing but a joke. I voted against it in 2018. I told this council in 2018 it was a bad idea. I voted against it, and I'm proud I voted against it. It's upsetting a lot of villages. Those villages are looking like cities. You're building in green, there's enough brown sites in Burnley. If you're going to have to build, use the brown sites. Remodernise terraced houses. Use the facilities we've got. Instead of just using the green belt land because you can sell houses in a better area. I'll never support it, and I'd ask my colleagues not to support it tonight. I will not be voting for it. I'll be standing by the original decision. And if Councillor Birksall, I will say what he said, if it makes common sense.
Thank you, Councillor Oscar. I've got another question coming up from Councillor Barton. Are you okay, Officer? Or you want to just report? Just take another one, then you can respond both of them here. Councillor Barton.
Thank you for an excellent report. I don't sit on DC, so I am coming at this with fresh eyes. So apologies if I am making comments in the wrong places, etc. So I am very impressed with the design. I find that the gardens are extremely generous compared to what we see on a lot of new developments. And it is a well-designed site. As a school governor at Cherryfold Community Primary School, which is just a stone's throw from this proposed development, I can say that we would very much like to fill our empty spaces with more children. And there is also health provision, a building, the Fold, just around the corner on Venice Avenue that currently sits empty, not used. So the structure does seem to be there. I'm not quite sure where the argument from DC is actually coming from. And I would just like to quote, later on in the agenda, we're going to be told that last year, between April and March, this council dealt with 2,452 enquiries about homelessness. 880 were opened as a case, and 14 of those households have children. The comment that was just made about knocking down terraces so we could build on brownfield sites, I don't think that's actually viable when all those houses are currently occupied by people.
Right. I think I have to tell you, if I continually hear the voices or someone try to disrupt the meeting, then I'll have to take someone, choke him out. No hesitation. It's my last meeting anyway. Thank you so much, Jan. Officer, you want to respond to these people? I've got another Councillor Inkle to ask questions. So, yeah, no, just I've got already two. So, you want to respond to these two? Are you okay with them? Okay. Councillor Inkle.
Mine's just a bit of an observation, really. It's not so much a question. It's just in the report, we have that Burnley Unity currently have on roll 1,394. Ofsted, who have just inspected, have inspected 1,436 children. That just goes to show that one school isn't accurate. That's my comment, and it will go up. It's due to go up to 1,538 by the year January 2028. So the report isn't actually correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend? No, is it Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Inkle was making a valid point. School rolls do go up and down, but at the moment there are places aplenty in secondary schools. There are places aplenty in primary schools. Secondary schools don't have places, that's why they need the investment. The point I want to make, though, is about the local plan and these sites that we've got here tonight. This refers really to both sites. It's the same comment. These sites were first identified in 2012 when a number of sites were put forward for inclusion in the local plan. That's 12 years ago these sites have been identified for housing. All sites that are put forward have to be assessed for suitability, and that's ecological infrastructure and so on. And in 2016, the two sites that we're considering tonight were in the submission document with a summary of the reasons for their continued inclusion. The submission document was consulted on in 2016 and 2017. In 2017, there was an examination in public before a government-appointed planning inspector. Members of the public and councillors and other interested parties were all able to make their case and say their piece at that examination. The inspector sought some modifications to that local plan, but the two sites tonight were incorporated in the plan, and the plan was adopted in 2018. At the council meeting in July 2018, more than half of this council were in favour. For was 25 and against the plan was 12. So 2 to 1 in favour of the local plan from this council.
Please quiet.
It's all right, it's okay. All of this information about the plan is available on the website and in the local plan library in the town hall. So 6 years of consultation, amendment and examination in detail. And once adopted, a local plan becomes the statutory policy for the council, and all council officers, all council members should get behind it and ensure its implementation. Indeed, Councillor Cunliffe has it on his strategic plan report every council meeting that he will implement the local plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Cunliffe, you got something to say?
Thank you. Right on cue. Let's lighten the mood. I'm not fortunate enough to have ever bought a new car. Has anyone ever bought a new car from the showroom? What happens the minute you drive it out of the car showroom? Loses value. Thank you very much. Now, this local plan was, as Sue Graham said, was first started to be constructed in 2012. Now, it's now, what year is it now? 2024. So, as we've moved over the last 12 years, we're getting to the stage where this local plan is becoming obsolete. We're also getting to the end of the stage where the main political party that brought this in, under national planning framework, is not saying it's becoming obsolete, but it's smaller than it was at the time when they voted it through. What I'm saying is this document here is a political document. I think we all agree it's a political document. The political dynamic in this chamber over recent months has changed. And I think maybe some residents have seen that change, maybe they're not sure of that change. But this is what happens when things change, you know? And this is what's happened in the DC chamber. I mean, I will stand by my vote on this item because I voted to this under the democratic constitution for DC. It's nothing to do, and you know this, Councillor Graham, this is nothing to do with the executive on Burnley Council. It's an executive, non-executive function. So this local plan is becoming obsolete. Yes, it's under my portfolio. We can deal with that in the next agenda items later on. But what I'm saying is, when the national planning framework, it's done in Whitehall. It's done in Whitehall and it's coming down and we implement it, you know. We are being divided and ruled by Whitehall, by a central government framework, and we don't have much say in it. We've got officers have got to do the job. It's hard work, it's difficult, and they do what's been sent down from central government. This town has been struggling for years, decades and decades, because we're under a centralised government from Whitehall. We carry on. They're dividing us rulers, and dividing and ruling us. What have they got? I don't want to be that little child that's scared of my mum and dad, who's not going to give me some change, you know, my pocket money, if I don't go after it. This is what can possibly happen. And this is what's happening. We're going to have to scrap over these little bits of 106 money or 278 money in order to try and sustain our social infrastructure and our infrastructure around us. That's what we're being asked to do. It's pittance that we're getting. Nothing's happening. The social infrastructure, the physical infrastructure around us is not being changed. And I don't care which party's in power. If my party's in power tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to change it. So what I'm saying, the spectre of the local plan has been raised. And I think everyone who's come here tonight deserves to know what the situation is. The political situation in this chamber is different now. And we've got to deal with that. And I think the best way we deal with that is by coming together. During the crises, we need to come together, political parties across political lines. We've voted in DC across political lines, not because we're political, you know, enemies or anything like that. We're going, this is what we make of common sense for our town. This is why we're voting for it. It's not about Labour or Conservative or Green or Liberal Democrats. It's like, we're talking common sense for what we're seeing in front of our eyes. We're making these decisions. It's difficult decisions, but it's about the future of our town. the future prosperity of where I live, how we get around. And we've got to really voice that so that everyone listening online and everyone here who's made the effort, and thank you for coming tonight. We're learning so much from our resident groups that are supporting these issues. They're putting all their hours in. I came in this chamber 3 years ago, got voted in. I've learned more from residents groups that have followed this process for the last 12 years, because I haven't followed it for the last 12 years. I've learned more from residents groups than I have from even from officers. It's been amazing what participation we see coming through. And I think that's the spirit we should go forward together with the residents, together with the officers, together across political parties, to sort out these proper things with a proper plan going forward in the future. I think that's the best way to resolve this. And I've got to stick with what I came out with at DC on the 14th of March. Thank you. And I will stick with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Anwar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I take on board what Councillor Cunliffe has said, and I know that the members have made or alluded to the fact that they don't like the local plan or have made reference to the fact that there are elements of, and there will be sites within the local plan that all of us will disagree with and not like them. But the fact of the matter is this is a local plan that we have to work with, because it's, as we just said, it's a national policy. Now, we also, and I think in this chamber, not so long ago, also as a council agreed not to review the local plan because we're waiting for what's coming from central government. So a lot of what's happening is driven by what's happening centrally and what's happening nationally. So until national government sort out what it is and make changes to the frameworks, we're going to struggle to make any changes or review this local plan. Now, we made that decision not to review it because, and as I said, there will be elements of it that all of us don't like. But I don't sit on DC, but I've come here this evening, I've had a look at the papers, I've looked at the advice and everything and the information that we've had shared with us. And what I'm here to see is actually that, are there any material reasons for turning down this application? And I'm here to listen to that as part of the debate, not about whether we like the plan or we don't like the plan, or having, and this is not about politics, because DC as a committee is, as you say, you know, there's no political sort of decisions made on that. So I'm here, I've come with an open mind. I want to see, are there any material reasons for turning this application down? And I'm willing, and I want to listen to what colleagues have got to say and make an open and informed decision based on that. And I think that's the approach every single one of us in the chamber should take. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think before I start, I do need to say that I will refer to something in the legal advice that we've been given. So I think we should make due recognition that we may wish to exclude the public, because I do want to refer to the legal advice, because I think that's important and we've skirted around that issue so far. So I would like to move that we exclude the public.
I'll second that.
Yeah, Councillor Graham seconded. Yeah. All those agree with the, please show. Okay, all those against, please show. Come. Any abstentions? Okay. Lorna? Right, this move is carried.
So just to interject here, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for members of the public who are in the public gallery, we are going to be discussing confidential items which are on the agenda. It's legal advice which is subject to legal and professional privilege. So as a result, the mayor's attendant will come upstairs and escort you away into another room, in rooms 2 and 3, and we'll call you back in when the private session has closed and we're back into the open session.
members of the public, because we were debating private matters. Now we are ready to proceed further here. Thank you so much for your patience here. Right, Councillor Bert Whistle.
Mr Mayor, could I propose a motion on this? And the motion is that this council agrees with the Development Control Committee's decision to reject this application on the grounds of IC5, which relates to the safeguarding of existing social and community infrastructure.
Oh.
So to clarify, we have a... Yes, so I can clarify that.
So, on this move, any member want to?
Would you like to clarify what's happened?
Sorry?
Shall I clarify what's happened?
Yeah, please. Yeah,
So just by way of clarity, there's been a motion which has been proposed by Councillor Birtwistle to refuse the application, seconded by Councillor Hosker. I haven't noted the actual reasons down, so I think it'd be prudent if we could have those written down so that all members are aware what we are voting on.
Exactly. Yeah. Then Councillor Bert Whistle, please. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, it is quite simple. I am calling for it to be turned down on the grounds of, in our local plan of IC5, which relates to the safeguarding of existing social and community infrastructure. It's all in IC5. We believe that what this will do will be detrimental to the social infrastructure due to the lack of schooling, hospitals, to the normal day life of the residents who live in this area.
Right. So yes, we've been moved and seconded. We are going for the votes on this proposal. You want to say, Council?
I think it has been written down. I think
Yes, someone written down. So let him sit down here. Okay. Members, yeah, we've got some legal advice. So, Catherine, please.
Thank you. Members, before you go to the vote on refusing this particular application, I feel it's incumbent on me to give you a cost warning in view of the planning officers and legal advice you've received. So, may I remind members that any decision taken in this matter must be based on and only on proper planning grounds, reflecting your planning judgment of the case. Your officers have advised fully in relation to the relevant material considerations and policy background, and you should consider that advice carefully. Whilst you're not bound to follow that advice, in any appeal proceedings arising out of the decision you make, the Council will be expected to produce evidence to substantiate each reason for refusal, by reference to the development plan and all other material considerations. If the Council fails to or cannot do so, then costs may be awarded against it. To reiterate, you are not bound to adopt the professional or technical advice given by your own officers or received from statutory bodies or consultees. However, you will be expected to show that you had reasonable planning grounds for taking a decision contrary to such advice and are able to produce relevant evidence to support your decision in all respects. If the Council were to fail to do so, it may be liable to have costs awarded against it. whether or not an adverse cost order may or may not be made and how much that may or may not amount to is not a material consideration and therefore is not something you should be considering in deciding whether planning permission should be granted or not. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, officer. I'm sure you all understand the legal advice. So we are voting for refusal of this application, which is moved by Councillor Bert Wissel and seconded by Councillor Husker. All those in favor, please show.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, yeah.
Should this be a named vote?
Nobody requested.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, no one
I
asked
just,
me. Yeah.
No,
you're okay.
I thought it would be
No,
under
no,
DP.
no one asked it that. Right, so just go. Right. Right. Okay. Anyone against? Are you okay? Any abstentions? Should not carry it. Are we okay now? Yeah. The motion for refusal is not carried. Thank you so much for your contributions. Right, yeah. Now I'm asking for an alternative motion. So please raise your hand.
I'll move the officer's recommendation in the report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Please can you stand up and
Yes.
second, please?
Yeah, I know, yeah, the most. It's moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Bill Horrick. All those in, sorry. Yeah, it's open to discussion now, yeah. Any member on this motion? Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be voting for the application because I've not seen any evidence to suggest otherwise. And as a councillor with duties towards the council and also towards the residents of the public, and I think it's important that we do take professional advice that we do pay for and we act upon that. And I've not heard anything within the arguments from my colleagues to suggest otherwise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other member? Yeah, okay. So we are going for this motion, which is moved by Councillor Townsend for officer's recommendations, seconded by Councillor Horrick. All those in favor, please show. Right. All those against, please show. Okay. Any abstentions? Please show. Yeah. Right. This motion, which is for officer recommendation, is approved. Thank you. This one, yeah. Right. Members, please. Councillor Conliffe, please listen here. I'm moving toward item 6C, land west of Hackenhurst Avenue, Brownside, Burnley. We have before us a report on planning application FUL/2022/0629, land west of Hackenhurst Avenue, Brownside, Burnley. Right, as always, if we are running late, we have to extend our point of business. Right, members, given the time now and the amount the business remaining this evening, I wish to move a motion under Council Procedure Rule 13. Motion without notice, L, that the meeting continue behind 3 hours in duration so that this meeting can continue beyond 9:30. Mr. Deputy Mayor, will you second that motion?
I second that motion.
Thank you. All those in favor, please show. All those against, please. Any abstentions? Right, thank you. The item carried. Now we are back to our agenda. Can I now invite Ms. Philbin to present the report? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I was respectfully asked members please to have open the updated DC committee report on pages 81 to 121 of the agenda, which relates to the planning application for land west of Heckenhurst Avenue. The application site is approximately 1.55 hectares and is part of a former reservoir, which is shown on an aerial view on page 84. The whole of the application site is allocated for residential development, which is shown on page 99. Policy HS1/12 allocates the site and states that it is acceptable for around 35 dwellings. The proposed scheme is for 36 houses, which is around this figure. The allocation of the site establishes the principle of developing the site for residential purposes. The site-specific policy requirements, which are copied on page 100, refer to issues that any applicant should address, and these have all been addressed in this application. The proposed scheme is well designed. The policy requires good landscaping to its perimeters, which has been provided. The layout and landscaping is shown on page 101. It provides public open space to comply with policy HS4 and a substantial amount of tree planting around the site edges and within the development to provide tree-lined streets. The reservoir wall would be retained and maintained by a private management company. The layout is spacious with a density of approximately 23 dwellings per hectare, which does represent a low density development. No objections have been received from statutory consultees. Adequate and safe access is provided. The local highway authority is satisfied that the development can be satisfactorily accommodated on the local highway network. The proposal would accord with policy IC1, giving adequate consideration to sustainable travel by agreeing to upgrade 2 bus stops as requested by the highway authority and agreeing to a contribution to a new greenway route between Brun Forest Park and the Worsthorne Recreation Ground. Since the Development Control Committee on the 7th of February this year, the applicant has also agreed to a contribution of £100,000 towards highway safety improvements on Brownside Road, which can be used to provide a pedestrian traffic island and/or other highway safety improvements that will improve highway safety on Brownfield Road. Since the earlier Development Control Committee meeting on the 7th of February, the local Education Authority has reassessed the capacity of local schools for primary and secondary schools in accordance with their adopted education methodology. This has identified a shortfall of secondary school places which would be fully addressed by a contribution of the full secondary school pupil yield of 5 places, amounting to £133,585. No shortfall is identified in primary school places. The applicant has agreed to this contribution, which would fully address the needs for school places arising from the development. The applicant has also been asked to contribute to the improvement of public open space at Worsthorne Recreation Ground. This, together with meeting needs on-site for public open space and funding new school places, would comply with policy IC5 in respect of providing for social and community facilities. In addition to the contributions that are listed on page 83 of the agenda report, the applicant has also agreed to significant off-site drainage works which will address an existing problem and reduce the risk of flooding away from the site. Agreement from the landowner for these works will be secured through a planning obligation. The proposal would therefore deliver a high-quality scheme, mitigate against impacts from the development, and provide benefits through affordable housing, benefits to sustainable travel and accessibility for pedestrians and cyclists, will meet the need for school places, it will improve existing public open space. The application accords with the development plan in force, in which case the National Planning Policy Framework and Policy SP1 of the local plan states that it should be approved without delay. The recommendation is for delegation to the Head of Housing and Development Control, subject to a Section 1 obligation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. We have heard this evening from Ms. Smith of Smith and Love Planning Consultants, and I will now open the debate up to members. Any member, this is also your opportunity to raise a point of clarification with planning officer. So, Councillor Baker, and then Kumba.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wonder why this report showing the schools and the education bit, which this is a lot about, does not include the education contribution assessment dated 19th of January 2023, when the figures are totally different. That's the only question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cunliffe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd just like to say to, is it Mrs. Smith, Deborah Smith, you know, as an incoming member of Worsthorne with Hurstwood Parish Council, I welcome your suggestion for, I think you called it a developer-led liaison group with the Parish Council. My only point on that is, wish we'd have done that a year ago with the the neighbouring site on this, because we would have resolved a lot of problems, probably having to come even to this meeting today by listening to each other better over the last year. So I think the theme is of what I'm going to say at the moment is we haven't listened to each other. We haven't listened to residents, we have officers and members haven't listened to each other. We haven't listened together as a DC committee. You know, in some ways I feel like we've all collectively failed Now, I also, when we were in the other session, when we were closed, I mean, we were talking about explaining our reasons for refusal. I'm standing here to stand my decision on the 14th of March 2024 when I moved for refusal on this application for West of Heckenhurst. Now, so bearing that in mind, Mr. Mayor, I've been asked to give evidence. I was not asked to give evidence by officers after I refused it, so bear with me some time, if you will. Yes, is that fine? We've been asked to give evidence. I'm sure every member wants to hear proper evidence of why we want to reasons for refusal.
Explain us briefly. I'm sure you must have done your homework, so just give us the bullet point what exactly your findings are.
Yeah, okay, so thank you. My first point is water. This site, move like water, is that Muhammad Ali on your t-shirt?
No, Mr. Rope, please behave, otherwise, yes, just stay there, yeah.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor.
You're not allowed to speak here.
Yeah, it's okay, Mr. Mayor. Water, this site is currently owned by United Utilities. They're a private water company that provide us public with water. They own the site. Once the site is approved, or if it finally goes to approval at some stage, it will be going to the hands of Applethwaite, who will buy it off them, and they will make a lot of money, will United Utilities, from this land. So that's the context. It's a different context of maybe. Now, when we first asked for refusal, there's about 5 conditions pertaining to surface water and foul water, largely pertaining to surface water systems, schemes that we'd want to see. Since I became a councillor 3 years ago, I've been asking for a group to come together to resolve the flooding issues that have had isolated flooding issues up and down this area for the last 3 years. I've asked for council engineers, I've asked for officers from planning, I've asked for to come together to try and resolve these issues. I know that within this council and within this town we have the technical expertise to resolve the issues. We don't have a technical expertise, unfortunately, to tackle climate change and the increasing amount of water we see coming down. We're now, since records began in 1830, we have the highest level of water coming down from the sky we've ever had because of climate change. That's the situation we're in. It's increasing day by day. That's why I want to see the 5-6 schemes that have been put forward as conditions. I think it's numbered 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I think it finishes at the foul water systems condition 25 in your pack that you will see. I want to see those schemes put forward so that I can reassure, if this planning thing is to go ahead, that the residents, the current residents, some of them are here tonight, the incoming residents and the applicant are satisfied that they will not, this will be future-proof system for foul and clean water going forward. I asked for that in February. When we came back on the 14th of March, the conditions that were put forward in February were exactly the same. This will be referred back to officers to make a decision. They did not listen to us, did not bring them back to us. Now we're here again, we're looking at the same report. The report is exactly the same it was on the 14th of March. We still haven't had the 5 water schemes that we want to see come to us so we can actually scrutinise them before we come to the committee. They have failed to bring us the schemes. So on these issues of water, I am still not satisfied that this is going to be future-proof from flooding in the future. I've had to deal with flooding issues, and we failed to deal with those flooding issues collectively with the expertise and the knowledge to resolve it in the council. We've failed to deal with those issues. And it's LCC. This is first upper tier, higher tier. We have all collectively failed to do that. I have failed as your local councillor. We've all failed collectively. I'm quite clear with that. I'm ashamed, I'm upset, and it's collectively we've got to work together to produce these situations coming to a head. So we can give our residents the best life, existing, future residents, the best life they have going forward. So that's the water issue. It's never been resolved. We're also then looking at highways and public safety and accessibility. The reasons why we refused this was on those issues on sustainable transport. We know that this is not accessible. Now, I've tried to sit down with officers. We've had meetings about these 1 or
6 agreements, or they're probably going to be 285 agreements now after the discussion we've had for Lancashire Highways today. You know, I've been sat with officers on the phone for Lancashire Highways, the planning officers that have put these things forward. The first thing we've discussed on highways is the fact there's £40,000 that's slated to be spent on 2 bus stops. Now, 187 Brownside Road and 200 Brownside Road. So 187 is right on the corner of Lindsay Park there. There's already a bus stop there. There's already a bus stop there. Right, okay, so we don't need 20,000 going on that one, and it's fine. It's not the issue. Residents, in 3 years, I've never had a resident come to me saying, we need to do up the bus stops or the access. That's not the issue. The issue is, as Martin Hurt has said, the issue is accessibility, that we can move around properly in the area if you are disabled. We need to be an inclusive council, inclusive of everyone. And this needs to be reflected in what we're going forward when we make statements to the Secretary of State or whoever's going to come from Whitehall, or whether they're going to come from, you know, the Minister's office or whoever they're going. You know, we as a small northern town, we need to resist this together and move forward together on saying we need to have an inclusive town. Move forward. We're not going to accept what's coming, you know, what you're saying in your little rules, which are not weighing up with where we are. So that I'm saying that £40,000 should, if it was going to go through, it should go into the other 100,000, and that should go into road safety. Now, and I brought that point over a month ago to officers. They haven't listened to us. They've just carried on putting it in the report. We've had meetings about this over a month ago about this £40,000. We said, you know, we still haven't been listened to. We're still here with exactly the same report. This would have been resolved. This meeting didn't need to happen if we'd have listened to each other. And we're all guilty of that. I'm really ashamed of it. It's really, really bad we haven't listened to each other. Now, the £100,000, what we've said, I mean, if you go on the planning portal for this proposal that's currently in, the last piece that came in was on the 12th of March. It came in from Worsthorne Primary School. They were asking for a safe crossing because on both sides of the road, as Martin Hurt has said to us in closed session, you cannot get down, you cannot cross the road. The school actually came to me about 8 months ago. They said, listen, we want to put a petition together to get a safe crossing. I said, well, we might be a room we can get this in through the 106 agreement on this. Let's try and go this way first, otherwise we'll get a petition together. We'll do it that way. So we said, right, okay, put it forward. Again, if the officers all come down and I've invited them to come down and talk about all these issues, it never happened. It's really sad. So the 100,000, what we wanted was a proper crossing. LCC officers have come back and said, we can't give you a proper crossing, we'll give you an island in the middle, and there's no other calming measures that would suit it. I'm saying, well, if we come down, there's a whole suite of calming measures that highways have at their disposal that they could use. We could find the solutions for those crossings so it would be safer for existing residents, future residents, and also for the applicants. You know, they've got to bring their trucks in and out safely for the next 2 years. You know, it's a real issue. We can work together on these. It'd be great. We could resolve the issues, but we haven't listened to each other. So that 140,000, if that was clumped together in a new condition, that was put together for road safety, we could maybe after this meeting, if it does finally get approved, whichever way forward, I can't vote for it. I've voted against it already. You know, I don't believe it's right, and this one says it's not right. But if that was put together and it was worded properly, we could sit down later and find out what's the best scheme with highways. So that money, this is some of the only money for the 106 that's coming into Burnley. It's coming into the local area. We need to spend it right. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yes, we got the message. We got the message. Please conclude your speech.
No, Mayor, sorry, in closed session we said they wanted evidence. I'm here giving evidence.
No, you did well. Yeah, you did well.
Do you want to hear the evidence or not? I mean, we've been told we haven't given evidence. Now we're giving evidence. You know, I'm here with a sheet of evidence. We can go on. Now we should then go on to the accessibility on the site. So the access to the site. They've asked for evidence. You know, I've been working on this for months and years. So here I am giving you the evidence. You never came to me before. Here we go. So the accessibility to the site, Mr. Mayor, it's down Heckenhurst Road and it's straight into the reservoir site, the old reservoir site. Now, coming round from there is Farmer Sunter's farm, and currently, Farmer Sunter has 60,000 tonnes of manure, and he's got 4 trucks, and 20 tonne a truck, and he needs to come in and bring all that manure as soon as the fields start drying out
and he needs to come in the same point of access as all your sites, all the sightings to go in to that field where you're going to build the houses. And residents who live on Eckenhurst now, and Reading's round the corner, and Smithfield, that use that road, have also got access. There's been no discussion of this. There's been no mention. We said, come down and talk to the relevant people. I can facilitate all that for you as a ward councillor. That's my job. That's my role. That's why I wanted to get elected, to make a change. It wasn't happened. Nobody wanted to come and have these discussions. So we're now here saying this is the evidence that there's not even a scheme to show the access entry, that it will be satisfied, that there won't be an accident because Farm Hunter's got to bring all this manure. That's just one part of the season. And then he's got to move earth, he's got to do all these things. And he's now got to farming for other places off. So for the rural economy, for our existing residents, future residents, we need to make sure we've got a proper scheme. We haven't seen that scheme and how it's going to work. We asked for it before, didn't come to us. I mean, it's really sad that we've worked on this for months and months and months. We've been asking for it and we haven't seen it. So there's water, there's the highways, and then let's go to the sustainable transport hierarchy, as we said. Pedestrians in the IC3, the local plan, do we need to get it out again? IC3, we've seen it, the top of that sustainable transport system is pedestrians, and including that pedestrians, all citizens of Burnley and all citizens of that area that need to get around. You know, maybe Councillor wants to speak on this as well, but as we put it forward, we're not feeling that all residents are being asked for, because currently at the moment, not all residents can move around there safely and accessibly. This is an opportunity to put that right. And there's money in the pot that we could possibly put that right. But I'm not seeing this in front of me right now today. So these are the reasons we stick by. I mean, I can go into more details. You're going to put me short again.
I want your direction. I want your direction now. What exactly you want here?
Mr. Mayor, I said I am quite happy to move this as I moved it on the 14th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that concerns, I think, all of us is around the local knowledge. Clearly, people have very local knowledge, which when you're just looking at a local plan, doesn't have that personal, everyday knowledge. Anybody who frequently drives on Brownside Road, where they parked on one side of the road and you've always got to wait, knows that any more traffic would be a danger. But not only that, it actually needs some work without any excess traffic and any more traffic and any more houses. The primary school places have come out today. Worstone School, Cliviger School are well oversubscribed and children haven't got places there who live very near. When the county council look at it, they've a habit of looking and saying, these are not the figures. There are 1,000 places in Burnley. There are 998 children, therefore there are enough places. One of the things they're supposed to take into consideration is the willingness of governing bodies to expand, parental preferences. They're supposed to consult with schools and communities. The other thing that's bothered me today, in the two applications we've got today, the school numbers are widely different. In the first one, I'm Chair of Governors at Unity, so I know that inside out. It says in the first application that at the moment there are 1,394 students in Unity College. There are 1,436 today. In the second application, it says there are 1,457 students in Unity College. There are 1,436, but there are actually 60 odd places different in the two reports. So the minute you get things that don't tally and the numbers are not the same in two different reports for two different schools, you start to question everything. The other thing is they talk about giving extra money to the school places with consultation with school governors. I've sat in here many times when the county council have said that they will provide secondary school places. I actually spoke to our financial officer today in Unity. He has never seen a halfpenny come, never seen a penny come. We only get money when we have got bums on seats. At the moment, we have more bums than seats, and we are really struggling at Unity to fit in the number of children that, you know, we're well oversubscribed. The one thing that saves us at the moment with schools in Burnley is the number of children who go out of town. And this is we're actually shooting ourselves in the foot here because the schools in Burnley are doing so much better. Parents want to send the children to the secondary schools in Burnley. Sorry, I haven't got enough room. Oh, well, we'll give you 11 extra places. We haven't got room for 11 children. End of. Whatever these different figures say. But I say, the one thing that does make you question everything that's there is that in the two reports, the numbers are completely different. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Can I ask Officer Philbin to anything you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, in terms of surface water and foul water, the lead local flood authority recommend conditions. They've analysed the drainage strategy that's been submitted with the application. They asked for changes to that. Changes have been made. The principle of the drainage strategy that's been submitted is acceptable to them. They've recommended conditions which requires a detailed scheme which will require many different elements to that to be submitted based on that agreed principle drainage strategy. Those conditions, when would be subject to an application for discharge of conditions, which is an application which are accessible to members of the public and anyone to look at the details of. They're put onto our website when the applications are made valid. And all the consultee responses are available to view as well. We will consult with the consultees who requested those conditions and then they will only be discharged once those consultees are satisfied that the details are as required. In terms of overall risk from the development of flooding, the lead local flood authority are satisfied that the proposal wouldn't lead to an increased risk of flooding on site or elsewhere, and indeed it would improve the current situation where flooding does occur off-site, and that's because the applicant has agreed to improve an off-site culvert which would increase capacity towards the River Brun and excuse me, and will reduce the risk of flooding off-site at that location, which is a benefit of the development as well as being necessary to make the development acceptable. In terms of accessibility, the application does provide for increased accessibility. The improvements that the local highway authority has requested to the 2 bus stops would be to improve accessibility onto buses. That I believe is the prime purpose of those improvements. The site itself will be constructed to be accessible. and a minimum of 20% of the new homes would be are required to be built to the optional technical M42 standards of the building regulations, which means that they will be built as adaptable homes to meet the needs of the changing needs of potential occupiers. Further improvements in terms of accessibility haven't been sought, haven't been requested, but in terms of improvements off-site, the application now involves a contribution which has been agreed of £100,000, which would be used for improvements off-site to improve highway safety. It's not clear at the moment what those measures would be. It's likely that it could be a pedestrian refuge island, but a scheme would have to be worked up, and the overall aims of the scheme would be to improve highway safety on Brownside Road, and that money would be used for making those and delivering those improvements, which would improve safety and accessibility. In terms of policy IC1 and the hierarchy that for delivering sustainable travel, the application does address that by those improvements to sustainable travel that have been mentioned, as well as a contribution to the new greenway between Brun Valley Park and Westbourne Recreation Ground, which would be an off-site route for pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, and would be a benefit for recreation and accessibility. In terms of school places, we have assessments received for different applications at different times, different dates, which may be a reason for some differences in figures. The full assessments are available on our website to view, and there are quite a lot of details within that, which you'll see on the footnotes, which provide details of when those figures relate to. So they could relate to different points in time on the different assessments, which may be the reason for that. The conclusions are robust, they're subject to their adopted methodology, and they provide a reliable source for us to use, an evidence track for us to use to gauge what the needs are and to be confident that the request for 5 secondary school places would meet the needs of the development. I think that covers all the points. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just mentioned school places. It was mentioned in respect of schools being full, local primary schools being full. I would just point out that the methodology that's used by the County Council, which is adopted and follows, in terms of travel distance, follows the Department for Education guidance, means that the assessment isn't just on the nearest local school, at Worsthorne local school, but it's schools within the 2-mile radius for primary school and 3 miles for secondary school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Officer. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I heard Councillor Kelly speak very eloquently, as always, creep. But I totally agree. These figures are all over the place. I'm looking at this, the assessment that was here. I don't know what the date of that was, but I'm looking at Worsthorne Primary School. it says there are projected pupils by January 2029, 236. The report I've got here dated January 2023 says the projected pupils by January 2028, a year earlier, I'll grant you, 206. So suddenly 30 pupils have come from nowhere. So what's to say that the next projections that they've done? And I have spoken to officers before about the Lancashire methodology, because yes, it's a good idea because it takes into account, it's not as simple as you think. 100 new houses means 100, 200, or 2.4 children, 240 new children coming into the area. It doesn't, mainly because they might be moving from Burnley to Wisthorne, Padiham to Wisthorne, or what have you. It's all they're really looking at is what's coming into the catchment area for the schools from out of the catchment area presently. So that takes that into account, and it's a good sound methodology. But I'm not sure it works with new housing estates, especially in the Burnley. When we're talking 300,000, the people that's moving into the £200,000 or £300,000 houses on these new estates are not coming up from the selective licensing areas where they're living in rented accommodation and suddenly jumping up to 300. They're moving in from out of the area. And we have no evidence, if you want to use the same word, that on these new housing estates, the figures that Lancashire County Council used in their methodology, which was 2012, already 12 years out of date, is actually valid. And the same thing comes when you look at certainly the primary school. If I was a young person, I'd want my children to go to Wisthorne Primary School. I really would. And if I'm on the Heckenhurst estate, it's 0.3 of a mile away. So you think, well, I can walk the kids there. And in fact, hopefully, 8, 9, 10 or 11, whatever it is, I'm not children orientated, they could walk on their own, safe enough to do. The thing that's been pushed down the throats of the people in Heckenhurst is Burnley Brunshaw Primary School, which I have no idea how good and bad it is. I have no complaints about it. But that's 1.3 miles away, crosses a couple of main roads. You wouldn't let a child go, so you've got to drive them there. And this stupid policy we've got of 2 miles radius takes into account that they could go to Briarcliff Primary School, because on a map it's 2 miles away. It actually takes you 3.4 miles to drive there. So if we're going for sustainability in 20 years, well, let's get rid of the car and walk everywhere. This poor young mum, can you take your kids to school? It's only 4 miles there, 4 miles back, and you can go again in the afternoon and pick them up. Or better still, if you're taking them a lunchbox, you can make it 12 miles a day. Where do you go with this thing? They're all dubbed from people out of like the Department of Education in London. 2 miles in London with a public transport system that's infinitely better than anything we've got. It's easy to chuck them on a tube station, they get off, and there they are. But this lot, it needs a lot more clarification and a lot more thinking about. But the numbers are they're not sound. How can you change from 30 in 1 year and there's no new developments gone on? You know, it's utter madness. So I'm sorry about that. That's where I go with that one. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, let officer to respond this year.
Okay, thank you. Just to go back to the issue of how the school places are calculated, as actually the education methodology has been refreshed quite recently, and we have an ongoing dialogue with county to look at the strategic issue as well as the individual site-by-site issue. So we keep that conversation going. The numbers for the schools will change every time county do one of these assessments. The latest number on the roll will change, partly because of pupils moving into the area, whether it's onto a new estate or to fill a vacant or on a sale. So that number will change. The future net plan capacity will be a little bit more static and will only change when a scheme is agreed in consultation with the school to actually expand capacity. The projected pupils number will change every time we grant a planning permission, because that projection will then take into account the pupils. And as those schemes
get built and people move in, their children will actually access the schools, be it a spare place or an expanded place paid for either by the taxpayer or subsidised by a developer. So they will, it's not a fault in them that they will change. That is the nature of what they are doing. And it's important that each time we get an application, and that's why sometimes if an application's been in a long time, we get a second assessment from county because the situation's changed. It is a robust methodology. We have a slight difference in the way we as an authority operate in terms of the school distance for secondary schools, but in these cases it makes no difference because in both the scheme we discussed earlier and this one, the developer is being asked to fund all of the school place yield from the development. It's on the basis that there is no spare capacity. We've had a conversation with county about is it still the approach that schools should expand to accommodate that growth, and that is the case. They are talking to different schools and they have some schools in mind, and that would be written into the Section 106 agreement, but there is no issue with the ability from the county's point of view of those schools to expand to meet that additional capacity, and they'd very much welcome the developer's agreement to pay for assisting that expansion. So hope that helps.
Okay, thank you, Officer. Councillor Anwar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points just on some of the things that have been discussed. And I think the first one, I'll just go on in terms of the school places, and I know that colleagues have made different points around how school places are worked out. And I think what we've got to look at is what is the policy that's in place that the local authority have, in this case, Lancashire County Council, in terms of school places. When a planning application comes in, they are asked, is there capacity? And if there isn't capacity, they're not asked about the number. They actually said, right, what contribution will you make as a developer towards that? It doesn't mean they will then provide a space in that local school. It means they will provide a space within, for primary school, 2 miles, for secondary schools within 3 miles radius of that property. So no actual places get created, and in the way that the policy itself, in terms of pupil placement, the way that that's done, it's projected on birth rates, and then obviously immigration, migration as well plays a role in that as well. Councillor Kelly, and I welcome the point that Councillor Kelly made, which is around school places that we've had. People returning back to our Burnley schools because Burnley schools are doing well. And I welcome that because as far back as I can remember, we've always had between 10 and 12% of our children from here, from Burnley, actually going to schools outside of Burnley, whether that be in Bacup, whether it be Clitheroe, whether it be Billington or St Christopher's in Accrington. So I actually welcome that our schools are doing well, that people want to send their children here. But the issue here is not about it's the policy and the question that's being asked. But that's where we are. The question that's being asked, is there a school place or are there school places available? No, there aren't. Okay, will you make a contribution? And the developer has said, yes, we will make a contribution. So that condition has been met as far as I can see. Also, I'm looking at it and reading... No, it doesn't have to be Worstone School. So where's it played? Within a 2-mile radius. But I'm going to speak back through the mayor. I'm talking about what is policy, what's in place. Now, the other thing is with regards to, again, we've got to go off the evidence and papers that are in front of us. There has been no objection from highways. I understand the frustrations. There's been no objections from the NHS here. One issue that I do have, and I corroborate what Councillor Cunliffe has said, is that enforcement with some of our developers has got to be better. We've got to get better at that, because I've actually been up to Smithyfield, and this is a message for Ms Smith to take back to her organisation, is that actually the way that residents up there are being treated and with that site itself is absolutely disgusting in terms of just completely, the roads are a mess, the streets are a mess, and the developer does not seem to want to engage with whether that's residents or whether that is actually with the council as well, with the enforcement officers. That needs to be better. I completely agree with that. And I feel sorry for the residents who live there on Smithyfield who are having to put up with that. If the developer is going to continue that same format of that's how they're going to treat the residents when they move up to this new development, then that would be something that I would object to. But again, that is not a planning reason to be turning this application down. So again, I will listen to what members have got to say, but I think there is an issue around enforcement and the way that the developer treats residents up there, and that's got to improve, especially if they're going to move further up that field to develop on that site there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I just want to agree with a few things that people have said about local knowledge, and we seem to be constantly told that Lancashire County Council made no objections, but we're the ones that actually listen to the residents who give us all the actual information on the ground. But we're actually told to ignore decades of local knowledge based on models, computer predictions, etc., carried out in Preston. And we have to weigh up which gives more weight to us. So it's hard to reconcile those two different opinions. Now, going back to the actual report, one of the reasons for refusal came from policy IC1 and IC2. And policy IC1 is around the transport hierarchy, which is pedestrians, cyclists. So pedestrians come first, priority. Then we have cyclists, public transport, and then private vehicles. So we have a local plan that says that developments should be in areas well served by walking, cycling, and public transport. But yet, Worsthorne isn't well served by walking. Well, if you've got any sort of mobility issues, if you're elderly and you have trouble lifting your feet, you're a crutch user, you may be visually impaired, or you may be a wheelchair user, there are no accessible routes to and from that site from the village centre itself at Worsthorne, or to the bus stops that they're proposed to make accessible. To get to those bus stops with somebody with accessibility requirements, you've got to actually go on the road. So you're forcing, our policy states that we have to put the pedestrians first, but we're pushing those pedestrians into the road. Now, I'm trying to pick my words very carefully for obvious reasons, because of the privileged, the confidential information being given. So we also have to provide safe and convenient access for some. If you're forcing somebody into the middle of into the road, who's also got to walk or wheel past parked cars. So you're in the middle of the road, we are not offering safe and convenient access. There are no proposals within this plan or within the conditions or the agreements for improving accessibility to and from that site, to the bus stop that are mentioned, or to the centre of the Worsthorne village with local services such as the pubs, the church, the local shop. So I still stand by my objection to on policy grounds IC1 and IC2. And I wanted to make that quite clear because the decision, as it is listed in the report on page 76, is quite vague on that. Now, that might be for legal reasons, I don't know. But it certainly doesn't sort of give any meat to the bone on those issues. So those are my reasons, as well as the other reasons that have been mentioned today around about the highway safety, because this also comes into highway safety. And another thing is that within the planning process and as a council, and there might be some different legal advice on this, but my understanding is that we have to pay heed to the Equality Act 2010 and this council's public sector equality duty. And if we're not asking developers to make sure that their sites are accessible to get to and from within the region, the local area that they're serving, I'm not convinced that we're actually doing justice to that part of regulation. As I understand it, again, I'm not a legal professional. It's just what I can read into it, and there may be different legal advice on that. But personally, I still stand by the reasons for refusal under IC1 and IC2, and I support the other refusal reasons as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hurt, are you moving?
No, I'm not. I'm not moving. I'm not moving the refusal.
okay, yeah.
I believe somebody else would probably
Right,
do that. And but
Right.
there may be other members that wish to speak before that happens.
Yeah,
And I think members should hear all sides of all debates first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Conliffe.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Just to clarify on the refusal, I think for me, and as Martin Hurt just said, I'd rather listen to all members what they've got to say before we go to a moving. I think it's not fair to not give anyone a chance to speak or listen, because that's what I think we've been lacking at. So if everyone else wants to speak and have their speak and say, then I'm happy to move to refusal after that. Thank you. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, it's been good tonight. It's been interesting. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not on development control, I tell you. I mean, wading through 200 and odd pages twice is bad enough as it is. Well, I'm deaf. I do apologise. I'm a bit hard of hearing, Mr. Mayor. I shall sit down and shut up then and wait my turn patiently. Gee, I hope we don't have a debate whether I carry on or not. Never mind. I think we're doing this development control meeting for the right, because I'm swapping backwards and forwards as I hear the evidence every time. It's interesting. I was against it. Councillor Fazzi chatted about it, and he's come up with the thing. Yes, we have to listen to the statutory thing because that's what's written down. And he's right. I thought, oh, yeah, he is right. I'll shut up and I'll go along with that, what he's offered. Then Councillor Hurt reminded me of something from the training last night, which said, development control, it's all about balance. And we have to weigh up these things. And so it's not whether Lancashire County Council's right or wrong in what they say. We have to weigh whether they're right or wrong against what other people are saying. And now I've swapped back again to Councillor Hurt's bit, because I'm thinking, yeah, we should be adding more weight to what's happening out there if the Equality Act's right. But we should listen to residents as well, because they're on the ground. They're more au fait with what's really happening compared to somebody sat and think. I'm very disappointed. I've been to loads of development control meetings over the 16, 20 years I've been here, but we've never had one representative from Lancashire County Council turn up to explain anything or to discuss anything or anything like that. And I personally think that's quite disgusting, because we ask our officers just to take everything LCC say on gospel, and the rest of us can't ask any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. No? Oh. Anyway. Yeah.
If you were able to project your voice. Or...
Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As you mentioned my name and you asked me to stand up and say something, so I would like to move that we follow the recommendations of the officers and approve this application.
I give you opportunity to speak. He said I wanted to move in his side.
This item for approval. Is there any seconder Who's going to second that? All right, Councillor Barton seconded it.
You can stand up and second in the correct.
Yeah, please. Okay, Councillor Barton seconded, yeah. So it's moved and seconded, yeah.
Members are still entitled to debate.
Okay, yeah. Right, members are still entitled, I'm told, members are still entitled to debate. So if you have got further point, please come forward. Not you, not you.
No, no,
Some of them.
Can
Councillor Cunliffe, yeah. Oh, I thought he's asking some other people, yeah, other councillor, yeah. No, no, you're.
Yes, you can.
All right, you can, yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, yeah. Because we are heading toward other direction. You know, you are pointing to the other direction.
Thank you, Mayor. I really do appreciate that it's your last meeting and you're having fun. I mean, I should have been a bit quicker off the mark, and I apologise for not standing earlier. Hopefully it's not going to go on for another hour or so, but very good. Now I just going back to the last vote before I comment on this one. The last vote, I think it was really telling and really, you know, I'm really proud of any group that wasn't obviously whipped into voting on that. You know, we had across lots of groups, we had different views of people voting. May I finish? We had different groups. Sorry, may I finish, Mr. Mayor? May I finish, Mr. Mayor, first?
Councillor Conley, please sit
No,
down. Point of
Mayor,
order
Mr.
coming.
Mayor, there's no point of order. They are. Some groups are whipped into making a decision.
Councillor, please sit
Can
down
I say?
for a
Can I
minute.
finish what to say?
Councillor Baker, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to point out to Councillor Harper that he didn't actually say groups was made whipped into submission. He said, I think it's exactly word, but it was proud that groups hadn't been whipped into things. And he wasn't criticising your party. No, that's what he meant, Mark. That's not what he said.
Councillor Conley, please come back again.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'll finish what was started saying. You know, I think it's really good that that groups individuals as councillors were voting with our conscience what we believe is right. I think that in DC that's how we do it, and that's how we should do it in this forum, which is now under DC rules. We should, as individual members of the forum, we should come forward. You know, our group, I say to my members, just go and vote what you want, but believe in what you listen to, have a good listen, move forward. So, I mean, I think, you know, in an ideal world, whips would be removed. You know, I fully support the Labour Party members, Andy Byrne, etc.
Please, members, please listen.
So that's great. So,
quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Yeah. I'm standing to the mayor.
Councillor Harbour, please quiet here. Councillor Conley, please take your seat here. Any? Councillor Conley, are you finished? Or you want to say something else? Are you okay? It's okay, yeah. Right. Councillor Whittaker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's just in relation to what was just said then about whips, etc. The Conservative group whip. I'm sorry, I am trying to speak into this. I'm just regarding what was mentioned about whips. I'm the Conservative group whip, and I don't force any members of the Conservative Party to vote on anything. I simply give advice. I'm there to listen to people. And I do actually take a little bit of umbrage about that. From my point of view, I don't bully people into doing things. The term whip gives a bad impression, maybe, but I'm there to listen to my members of my group and basically try and resolve issues so that we can, on occasion, make decisions on certain things. Tonight has been totally different because I'm not a councillor for the area that's been affected by these two planning decisions, but it does affect a borough that I'm a councillor of. I don't sit on a development and control committee. I'm on licensing, as you know, and scrutiny, but I'm here tonight listening to this. I've got every empathy for the fact that we've got a local plan that is saying that this development has to go ahead, but then I've got residents up there who are adamantly listening to this and obviously don't want it to go ahead. And I'm being put in this position as this individual councillor here to make a decision on this. And I want everybody to realise that we've got to be as amicable to one another as possible. And this mudslinging that seems to be going on at this moment's time is not helping the situation tonight. I just want to remind councillors of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Whittaker. Right. I consider all members have had sufficient time to debate this matter. I therefore move that the matter be put to the vote immediately under CPR 14.11. Councillor Chowdhury moved this motion, and the seconder is Councillor Barton. And members, we will go to the votes. All those in favor of approval of this application, please show your hands here. Are you okay?
So please can members keep their hands up, please?
Yeah, yeah. Carol, go through again, please. Yeah. Right. All those against, please show. How many? 13. Right. Any abstentions, please show. Right. Thank you. Right. This item for officer's recommendation for approval is carried. Thank you very much for your contributions.
So you said.
Members, please, your attentions. I'm going to move that we're going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. For people want to go to the washroom or wherever. And may I ask Deputy Mayor to second that?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Excuse me. All those in favor, please show. It's a 10 minutes adjournment here. Okay. All those against? No. Okay. Right. That approves. Yeah. So I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. We go on to the next one. Right. Item 6D, constitutional updates and reporting. Councillor Anwar, will you move the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the report, and I'd just like to say I think I welcome this report as well, because I think it would mean that we won't have to go through what we've gone through this evening with applications coming here to full council and then be dealt with it. Was that the next one? What am I looking at? Am I looking at the wrong one?
Yes.
Getting carried away, I want to go home. I move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Councillor Margaret Lishman, please second that report.
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Harbour. Thank you. Right. This report sets out 6 items, the first 3 of which are for noting only. Does any member wish to say anything in relation to the items for noting at paragraph 7, 8, and 9? Is anyone? No. Thank you. Those items are noted. I'll now move on to those items at paragraph 10, 11, and 12 on which we need to take a vote. Any member?
Page 124.
So, yeah. Any member? All those in favor, please show. Okay. All those against, please show. Any abstentions, please show. Thank you. Those recommendations are approved. Item 6A, Development Control Committee. Decisions substantially contrary to local plan. Councillor Anwar, will you move the recommendations set out in the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not going to repeat everything I said before, but yes, I
Okay.
move.
Councillor Margaret Dishman, will you second that?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Any member? We will now go to the vote. All those in favor, please show. All those against, please show. Any abstentions, please show. Right. This item is carried. Thank you. Item 7, item for noting by the council. Item 7A, urgent executive decisions. As this item is for noting only, I intend to move straight on to the next item unless there are any questions. Okay, thank you. Item 8, reports from committee chairs. Please can members note that for this item, members should not refer to named individuals or addresses when asking questions or making observations. Questions on delegated council functions such as planning and licensing should be directed to the relevant committee chair rather than executive members. Is there any member on this item? Scrutiny, okay. Right, next we are moving to scrutiny committee. Councillor Gail Barton, will you move the report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my scrutiny report.
Right, any member? Any question? No. Thank you. Item 6B, audit and standards. Councillor Margaret Brindle, will you move the report, please? Where is he? Councillor Hodge is not here as well. He's gone. Yeah. So, Councillor Anwar, will you move this report?
You can't move the report.
You can't.
If anybody's got any questions, if they will.
Yeah, yeah. All right, any question, because the both disappeared. Right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so anyway, so there's no one there to answer. Licensing 6C. Councillor Sumner, will you move the report, please? Are you still there?
I'm in, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm in my report, thank you.
Okay, any member, any question? Licensing. Okay, thank you. 6D, Development Control. Councillor Saeed Chaudhry, will you move the report? Thank you. Any member, any question? I hope not, because we've been discussing. Thank you. Item 9, Strategic Plan Progress Reports. I will take each report in order. I will ask for any questions on the report, and the executive member will respond to a number of questions. The same procedure will then be followed by observations. Can I remind members with a question or observation to clearly quote the page number and reference, and allow time for the executive member and everyone else to find it in their agenda packs. Also, will members please be concise with their questions and observations. Now, the first one is for the leader, Councillor Afrasia Banwar. Will you please move your report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I move my report, I just want to say that thank you for being on such good form this evening and keeping us all going. Absolutely fantastic.
Come on. Clap ourselves here.
And I think I speak on behalf of every single person in this chamber just to say that we would like to wish you all the best in your retirement. Hope you had a wonderful year as mayor, and wishing you all the best in the future. I will move my report, and I'm not going to say anything because I think everybody's had a chance to have a read of that, and I will take any questions and observations. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Townsend?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Page 257, PR5, regarding UCLAN. Obviously, I think it's been a great disappointment that really over these last few days we've heard about UCLAN announcing redundancies, about 5% of the workforce, 165. Just ask the leader, are there any short-term implications or long-term implications that may be affecting Burnley? Because as we all know, UCLAN is a strategic objective for Burnley in terms of growing as a university town, so it will be of some concern to residents. So if we can shed any light on that, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on that, and I share that disappointment, obviously reading and hearing about what's happened with UCLAN and having to make those cuts. In terms of our strategic objectives as a council, we're very much committed to obviously growing and having that ambition of Burnley, becoming a thriving university town. And we've had no indication from UCLAN itself that it is something that's affecting the whole sector in terms of education sector and universities on the whole. In terms of their commitment to Burnley or to the developments at Newtown Mill, we've not had any indication from them that there's any issues with that. But I will be, along with the Chief Exec, picking up a conversation later this week with the Vice-Chancellor to have a discussion around, obviously, the news that's come out. And I will keep members appraised of that. Thank you.
Any other member, any question? Any observations? Councillor Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's on PR1, page 257. Yes, 257. The council leader makes it quite clear in his report that Padiham and Acton aren't included in this £20 million windfall, as some conservatives like to describe it. I appreciate it's good for the town And I'm pleased that in some ways that Burnley is going to benefit from this. But what I am disappointed with is, and I think you might have referred to it previously, I think you're disappointed that Padiham and Acton and Clividge aren't included in this. But it also concerns me that the MP, when this was first announced, he was asking the people of Padiham and Acton for their views on where they want to spend this money. So I think it's regrettable, and I'm a little angry about it, that we had our hopes built up on it, that we might get something out of it to improve our part of the borough, but we're going to get nothing. And again, I've got to say, and what really disappoints me is that the leader of the Conservative group on this council has made no representation at all within this chamber. What he's done tonight, he's took his bat and ball home because he didn't like what decisions were made on planning. And here we are, that something what really affects his residents in Padiham, he's not said a word. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Anwar, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I can't comment on what the MP has or hasn't said, or in terms of whether Padiham would have been included in that. But as a council, right from the early stages, we were being given an indication as that the villagers and obviously Padiham would not be included as part of that, or there was an indication coming out, and so we were pushing for, and as members will be aware, trying to get that from government. And it's a government decision that's been made that those areas aren't included. There's slight changes that have been made as have been outlined in the report. But I think what I want to reiterate is that as an executive or as leader of the borough of Burnley, we will always fight for what we can for the whole of the borough and try to be representatives, like we've done this evening, is try to be representatives for the whole of Burnley and Padiham and all of the villages, but in the borough as a whole. And try to represent all of them the best we can, with sometimes the limited resources that are given to us, and we've got to try and make the most of them. And I know sometimes we all get frustrated at some of the things that can be said or how things can be challenged sometimes, but I think what we've got to do is, and I think Councillor Cunliffe has mentioned it earlier today as well, is that we need to start to try to listen to one another and try to work closer together. But I will reiterate that point of we've got to continue to fight for the borough right across the board. But as I said, I can't speak for the MP. That would be up to the MP to do that himself.
Any other? Councillor Cunliffe.
Thank you for raising this. I agree. I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but I mean, we accept the money, and it's not the ideal way. We've got the town board. We accept it. We've got to go with it. But just a plug that the consultation is still open. So I think residents, if they want to put their ideas in, that we're taking as many ideas as we can. And if residents want to chip in, or any members, again, please do so on consultation. Thank you,
Councillor. Right. I'm moving to Deputy Leader, Executive Member for Resources and Performance. Hey, look at the time. I'm an old man. What do you think? I'm still awake. Councillor Margaret Lishman, will you please move your report?
I've changed my role, Mr. Mayor. Happy to propose the report, and just to mention in passing that on PF4 we're commending Alicia Panners and Macy Pratt, who represented the council at the Young Local Authority of the Year competition in Lancaster. And I think that's really good that we've got people going forward and representing us somewhere like that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Any observations? Thank you. We moved on to Executive Member for Community and Environmental Services. Councillor Howard Baker, will you please move your report?
I move my report, and we're ready to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Barton.
Thank you. We heard earlier on about the issues with waste collection that some residents feel. I feel I'm on the opposite end of the scale. This food waste collection that is going to be forced on us as residents, I don't know if I'm alone in this. I don't generally have any food waste. I'm not quite sure of the economy of collecting from properties that don't need this as a service. I imagine this is something that residents are going to start asking us lots of questions about. So would it be possible for councillors to remain fully informed on the discussions that are taking place within the council on this matter?
Thank you. Councillor Bert Whistle.
Just built a new cinema on that site and spent a fortune on that site. Surely the engineering team should have looked at the culvert before we did that and made any recommendations for any improvement and possible future problems before we started spending millions on what's on top of that. That's personal data got any advice to us on what the situation could be related to the culvert. It's a 5-year, but it's the new cinema that is very, very great hall.
All right, okay. I'll take Councillor Hurt, then I'll come back to Councillor Baker. Okay, Councillor Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's PL1, page 260. And it's just a quick one, really. We heard earlier from Daniel Brooks about the issue around problems with waste at his property. Can we ask that somebody from Street Scene get in touch with Mr. Brooks and make sure that they've got the adequate bin size and other receptacles for the waste of that property, because they could be struggling with just a standard bin when they're actually entitled to a family size bin, and maybe some other help is available. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Baker, you can.
Start with Mr. Councillor Hurt, easy one. Yes, I'll ask Street Scene to contact them to see if there's anything we can do extra to help him. No problem with that one. Councillor Birtwistle's next. That's a relatively easy one again. Yeah, I asked the same question. What the heck? It's a bit late now to do it 2 years later, or since we started it. But the actual culvert doesn't go anywhere near those buildings. It goes underneath the middle of the car park. We've been waiting for a surveyor. That's the reason behind it. I don't know whether we're using Lancashire County Council or not, or what, I don't know. That usually gives you at least 3 years delay. But we're waiting for that. But it's not that substantial, the fact that it will have a dramatic effect. I think it's just some means of reinforcing it might be needed. Oh, Councillor Barton, thank you very much. I always love one of your things, especially at political time when we're going out for votes and you feed me these lines, which is absolutely brilliant. Right. I find it hard to believe you don't have any food waste, because I don't throw food away, but if you have scrapings of chicken bones, that's food waste. So you put them in, because we've had terrible discussions at LCC. It's a waste partnership or something we call it. That they're giving out tiny little bags. Now, it's a 5 litre bag. I don't know how big a 5 litre bag is, but you can put a chicken in it and it's full. So it's a lot to be desired. Now, the only good thing is the government are paying for all this. They're paying for all these containers, which we haven't decided whether yet they're going to be self-destructive over the years or they're going to last forever. We don't know. But I can say, it says in here, we're getting £700,000 of capital funding. And I'd just like to say, well done, officers. Thank you, under superb control from their member, which is not really true, as you know. Right. Our officers spent a full day arguing about this with the DEFRA and said it's not enough, and they come with loads of reasons. I said, a full day, yeah. And we got £50,000. Now, if I can get 50 grand for a day's work, I'm more than happy. So if our officers are doing that, then that's absolutely brilliant. So it's not going to cost us anything. You will find you. I dread to think what happens when you fill it, but apparently once you've filled your 5 litre sack in your little bag, there's another bigger container somewhere that it goes in. Now, I'm not quite sure whether everybody's got one of them outside the house for the thing, or whether it's partly down the street or what. But it's a few years off yet. But there are trials starting in Lancaster in the next few months, and they're going to report back and see where we go with it all. But I'll willingly keep you informed because it's actually quite interesting, although not many people turn up for the meetings. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just a really quick one. Where does the food waste go?
Sorry, Councillor Kelly, is that like where the flies go in the winter? where does food waste go? Oh, that's, if you'd have listened to me response earlier, you'd have got that one. Food waste goes in your normal residual bin. Or where does it go? Oh, blimey. This is brilliant, because I actually made some money for Burnley Council on this one. I thought, stop the recording, for goodness sake. But we're doing really good. Right, the food waste is going to go to Farrington over in thing. And they're building a whole new plant there that takes the food waste in. You can chuck it in bags of anything, plastic bags, not dispose, what's the word? Biodegradable, thank you. Biodegradable or otherwise. Their new machinery deals with everything and it chucks the bags out, whatever they look like. So you're just left with pure food waste. This pure food waste is then mixed up, it's semi-liquid waste because there's all sorts of gooey things come out of food. So it goes into a big container and it all festers or whatever it is with bacteria and all sorts in there. And it produces you wish you'd never asked. And it produces methane gas. This methane gas is going to be captured under pressure and fed to a burner. And the burner will generate electricity, which we feed into the national grid and make Lancashire County Council rich off the backs of Burnley people eating it. I'm really going into this job, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor, please attention. Any observations? No, okay. Right, I'm moving to next item, which is Executive Member for Housing and Development Control. Councillor Lubna Khan, will you please move your report?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move my report. I won't say anything on the report. I believe that nothing can follow that. So I welcome any questions or observations. Thank you.
All right, okay. Any questions? Good. Any observations? Oh, that's great. It looks like Christmas is coming. Right, Executive Member for Sustainable Development and Growth, Councillor Scott Cunliffe. Will you please move your report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's your opportunity to
great.
read everything.
I'd just like to add a little bit onto PL5, if I may. Good news. I mean, we've had some cracking meetings today with members of the cross-town climate change group with various organisations coming in. We've agreed to have a climate conference, Burnley Climate Conference, or maybe 3 days. We're still working it out in September, which is hot off the press from the meeting we had at 2 o'clock today. So that's fantastic. And also looking at having climate cafes, hopefully in the mechanics there. So that's hot off the press today. So I'm happy to move my report with that addition. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question on PR3, page 269, under Burnley Town Centre and Canal Side Master Plan. There's no mention in there, and I was also looking for it in the leaders' report as well, about the plans for the cultural quarter, which recently went through some consultation. I attended a consultation event in Burnley Library, actually quite some weeks ago. It's talking about bus-only route down the bottom half of Manchester Road, another public space for Burnley in front of the town hall. And my question, threefold question is, how much is this all costing, who's paying, and when? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take. Are you on? Okay, go and respond.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was a good event, I think, and it was quite well attended. I was happy to be there. I mean, this is a levelling up grant. It's a Lancashire County Council levelling up grant. So it was Lancashire County Council's programme that they brought to show residents and interested parties in Burnley. It was quite a good turnout. I mean, there was some officers there from Lancashire, and so it's good. So I mean, we wait for their consultation. They're doing that in line with the Sustainable Development Growth Office, you know, with Kate and her team to look at that. So we're waiting for the next step to come through from that process. Does that answer your question?
Councillor Harbour?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's page. My iPad's just gone crazy on me. My apologies for that. Page 273. I'm struggling now because I'm just going to find out. Sorry, yes, page 273, Mr. Mayor. Could I ask the ex-dev member if he could make some queries for me regarding the Padiham Townscape Heritage Initiative? As he knows, mainly that work was done on the shop fronts themselves, etc. But there's a bit of public realm work on the hill there, which I think is still the responsibility of Lancaster County Council. It's a little seating area, and I think originally the plan was that once they brought this up to an adoptable standard, Burnley Borough Council would then take ownership and maintain it. I have to say, Mr. Mayor, that at the moment that area is an absolute disgrace. To be fair to our officers, I think they have been trying to contact LCC about it. We've been told that LCC will be coming back to us because they have a snagging list. Well, what's going on in that area around there is not a snagging job. It's a piece of work what should have been finished to a high standard, but unfortunately hasn't been. The actual coping stones on the front there are all cracked and broken, and I think the planting scheme, what they've devised for it is shameful. And I say that because what I actually do, I compare it to what's happening down on Hampton Street and that planting scheme down there, and it's marvellous what they've done down there. But what they've done in Padiham is an absolute disgrace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Conley.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for raising that. I mean, I know exactly what you mean by thanks for bringing it out as a grot spot as such, and yeah, happy to take on your query, and we can work that out to make the right action if it's through LCC or Burnley. But I think it is, you know, it's good to hold that comparison because what's going on down St James's Street is, you know, it's still almost finished. But yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Any observations? Oh, I question Councillor Birtwistle here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It relates to page 269, PR3, Burnley Town Centre. Could you, the executive member, advise me on the residents who go to Marks and Spencer's regularly, particularly the elderly residents of the town, who is responsible for maintaining health and security for people down there and combating the antisocial behaviour that is going on at the moment? Who is responsible? Is it the council? Is it the local police force? Who is responsible?
Councillor Conley. Is it?
Yeah, thank you for raising that. You know, I will definitely look into it for you. I mean, it's an ongoing issue with ASB, and there is you know multiple agencies as we know involved. But I mean, we can get back to you with a clear answer and what's the latest on that. Obviously, there is ongoing issues, and it's a moving situation with youth or other issues around that corner spot. Yeah, thank you. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Any observations? Councillor Birtwistle.
On the same issue, Mr. Mayor, what the reason why I brought this to council tonight, I've asked on a number of occasions about that, but today I met with the town centre manager and a gentleman from, he had bid on the back of his jacket, I guess he's a security man, who were combating a large number of drunken people staggering about the area outside Marks and Spencer's. But they were unable to do anything about it because they had no authority to do anything about it. So she was absolutely, didn't know what to do. She was so frustrated. And the big guy from BID, he was doing his level best to sort things out. And it just brought a load of people around looking. And one person said to me, which really upset me, this is Burnley at its best. I have to say, I was appalled by that. So I asked, how can we sort this out? He said, well, it is a shared thing. We have to try and sort it out, but we have no authority. It's the police that have the authority to take these people off the streets. Unfortunately, there ain't no police. So my observation to the question, to the answer what you've given, we need to know who has the authority to sort out this appalling antisocial behaviour outside Marks and Spencer's, where people, elderly people in particular, like me, who are being intimidated by these people hanging around with cans of lager and in some cases fighting, as they were today. But people, the town centre manager said she was doing her best, but she didn't really know where to go. So I will be delighted when I find out from our exec member who is responsible and how we'll get those people responsible to take action against the people that bring this town into disrepute.
All right, thank you, Councillor. I think your point is noted, Councillor Connolly, you can tell them. You want to say,
No,
I know you can do something here, but...
It's all noted. Thank you,
Right,
Mr. Mayor.
I knew that. So, Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it ironic, actually, that Councillor Birtwhistle's brought this up one meeting after we agreed the budget, because if I remember rightly, the Labour group put forward a proposal, having reviewed the bid strategy, which talked about a safer environment and potentially employing wardens and things like that, that we wanted to put some money towards the bid to allow them to do that, £20,000. And basically, it was poo-pooed and rejected and said basically it was done on the back of a fag packet. So there was a plan there, it was thought through, but unfortunately you rejected it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Anwar here, and then...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make the point that the questions and observations being made by Councillor Birtwhistle are actually for an earlier portfolio, and we've gone past that point.
Yeah,
I just want to say that I think rather than trying to
Councillor Baker's portfolio.
Political points on this, I think what we have to do is, if there's an issue, all members have an opportunity to raise that with officers. We do have a PSPO in place in that area. There's a multi-agency approach. We need to be all of us working together to try and tackle this issue. We accept there's an issue, particularly with young people, and the issue that Councillor Birtwhistle raises, but we've got to try and address that. And the way that we do that is having a multi-agency approach and getting all partners together to resolve it. If there's an extra resource that's needed to put into that, then we work a way of doing that. But I think, just on point of order, it is something that should have been addressed in an earlier report.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Anwar. You know, I'm sure it's not just Burnley Borough Council's issue, it's a police matter as well. They should have a joint operation. They should, why we have got the police there, as you know, if they can do nothing here, what the council can do here? Sorry. Councillor Whittaker. Yeah, Councillor Bald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with what Councillor Anwar just reiterated then. I am going to speak on it as an observation, even though it was from the previous executive. Yeah, we have got a problem. Let's look at that. Let's be honest about it. There's certain influences in our town centre that are adding to that. The police are acting on it. I mean, just last week, if Councillor Birtwhistle would have been down the town centre, would have seen police horses wandering around, would have seen lots of police officers knocking about. I work in the town centre. I see police officers every day. We've got a public spaces protection order in place. Once that's implemented correctly, that will cut all of that down. But we've got to look to the future, and we've got to look to how antisocial behaviour is being dealt with in Lancashire now. With the Police and Crime Commissioner, you know, with Hot Warrior, in Padiham, the massive investment that went down there that's decreased antisocial behaviour immensely. There's been another £1.7 million awarded. And that more than likely will be looked at by Lancashire Constabulary to see where deployment of those officers, where there is a direct need for antisocial behaviour to be combated. I'm hopeful that will come to Burnley Town Centre also. But let's wait and see on that. We don't know, and we don't want to count our chickens until the eggs are hatched, so to speak. But I am going to defend the police a little bit on that. I've seen them around all the time. And as I say, there's influences in the town centre that are having a direct effect on the area. But thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Right. I've got Councillor Barton, yeah, so you can take together. Councillor Barton.
Same point, I'm afraid. I just want to bring members' attention to the Scrutiny Committee minutes of the 11th of January, a meeting that Councillor Birtwistle was in attendance. Point 207, paragraph, clarification was once again sought with who had responsibility for
Point of
dealing with the
order,
town centre
Councillor
and
Barton.
social behaviour policy.
Councillor Barton, you can get the point. Yeah. Yeah, we are on observations there. Right. Oh, okay. Thanks,
That
Councillor
is a
Barton.
fair point,
Yeah.
but it is in writing in the minutes. So
Okay, yeah. Okay, then.
that point has
You
been
want to say
addressed
anything,
previously.
Councillor Cunliffe, or just move on?
I have no further comments. As we said, this was for the previous member on the previous report, and I don't need to make any further comments on that. Thank you.
Right, I'm moving towards the next executive member of Health and Culture and Wellbeing, Councillor Jack Lawner. Will you please move your report?
I move my report, Mr. Mayor,
That's
and
great.
take any
Thank you.
questions.
Any questions? Councillor Paul Reno.
PL4, page 277, regarding off-road motorcycle usage. I do welcome this, especially in South West Burnley, the area of Burnley. But as people in the chamber may know, we have had two serious incidents regarding e-bikes and motorbikes in parts of Burnley. I'm not going to go into details because I don't think it would be appropriate to go into details about these incidents. So what is the council doing, working with the police and Carrickmore, to not only combat off-road usage, but also motorbike usage, especially young men, usually it is young men, going around by the car, etc., because some of them are Muslim, think the law doesn't apply to them, and it is an issue all over Burnley at the moment.
Right, Councillor Lawner. Is it not working? Oh, yeah, you switch off.
I welcome your feedback there. We have got a plan with Simon Goff, which I will send over to you after the meeting, and you can share with members. Thank you.
Right, any other question? No, any observations? Oh, Councillor Margaret Leishman. Sorry. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's PL4, page 277. It's around the allotment review. Those of you that know me will know that I've been instrumental in organising that allotment review. And I'd like to this evening inform you that in terms of Reedley Hallows, Network Rail have finally, after 4 years plus, cleared the culvert. So we are going to be able to bring back a number of allotments. And I would like to congratulate Councillor Lorna in achieving something that I failed to do with Network Rail. Thank you.
Right. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah,
If you have any questions, please email me between full council and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's PE2, page 278, around, very loosely around cultural framework. Part of our culture for many residents in this town goes back to the 70s and the 80s and the reggae music. And I'd just like to say thank you to Councillor Lorna and everyone the mechanics that worked to put together the Horace Andy gig at the end of last month. For anyone that attended it, it was extremely well attended. It was an absolutely fantastic show. I don't think Burnley's seen anything like it before, and I hope that we see something like it very soon. I'd just like to say it was a thoroughly enjoyable gig that it bridged many the age gaps. There were people there from 18 into the late 70s, all enjoying the music, all having a good time, no trouble, and people from out of town came to see it, and it showed Burnley in a really good light. So just want to say thank you for everyone that was involved in organising that.
Councillor
Thank you.
Lorna.
Thank you, Councillor Hurt. It really did take a lot of effort. I was absolutely exhausted after putting that show together at such short notice. I have some other ideas in the pipeline with different styles of music, and I hope to convince Burnley Leisure Trust to open the mechanics more often, and so that we can promote culture of bands that obviously people in the town wanted to see, and the feedback was tremendous. I normally get lots of emails moaning about potholes. The day after that gig, I got over 10 emails just saying how fantastic the show was. So hopefully more of the same. And thanks again.
All right, thank you. Any observations? Councillor Paul Reynolds.
Yeah, I also attended the Bob Andy gig because I do like reggae and also ska music. And it was people different ages, like the councillor heard councillor said earlier, and it was a really good gig. So hopefully there'll be more bands from all genres in the future.
Right, Councillor Lorna.
Thank you. I'll keep you all updated.
Right, thank you. Right, so our next item is number 10, questions.
You'll be pleased to know that none have been received, Mr. Mayor.
Right, okay. Right, before I go, sorry, have you got any question? He says no. No, nothing on this. No.
May I just offer you a personal invitation then, Mr. Mayor, if you provided you're not too old and infirm, to come as my guest to the grand opening of the Town to Turf bit, which I think is scheduled for later on in the century.
Yeah. Hopefully, my soul will be there. You don't worry. Right. Before I go, may I take this opportunity to thank all the members of this Borough Council and all the officers. I have got tremendous time within this borough, and I tried my very best to represent my wards, Danes House and Queensgate. Yeah, and I would like to say thank you so much, Queensgate and Danes House. They supported me for almost 20 years now, yeah, as a councillor altogether. So I know next our full council is only a ceremonial one when I'm going to hand over my chain to my deputy mayor, Mr. Hussain. So I wish him all the best in the future for the coming year. I hope he'll get the same support as you gave me. I am humble that, you know, my year went very well with you. I learned a lot, and I have got a lot of respect for you today. So thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Have a safe journey home. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.